The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We're back for another season of Call of Duty Mobile, and today it's our Open Finals for NA. Hundreds of teams we boiled down to just our top 8 in the region. The challenge season is the next step in the competition on the road to champs, so let's see who claims those spots today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Glitter Explosion and I'll be your hostess today. We dive into another season of Call of Duty Mobile, but this time it will be for North America as our Open Finals finishes today. It's been going on. It's not kicking off. It's finishing here, but we're going to be watching those last 16 teams try and claim their spots into our challenge season, as that will be kicking off over the summer. We've also got Infinity and Ton joining us here for all things NA. Brody, another region. Are you excited to see what NA brings to the table now?
Absolutely. North America is going to be really interesting this season. We've got the addition of Mexico to talk about this season, so I'm kind of excited to see what this new look, this new replenished North America actually is going to look like.
And Ton, it's great to have you back here with us again for another season this time around. We're diving into the next challenge season. We've got EU going on already in the background, and NA is the one that really always brings the competition to another level.
Yeah, and even more so now, obviously, with the two regions kind of mixing in there together, with Mexico jumping into that side of things, it's going to make things just that little bit harder, I think, for everybody across the board. So same amount of spots, but a lot more competition for them.
Absolutely, and everything's just kicking off here today, so if you want to follow along with everything we've got going on with NA or any of our other regions for Call of Duty Mobile, just follow us on social media. We have X, Insta, and Facebook, and you can head on over there to get your updates for all Snapdragon Pro Series things related, and then you won't miss a single second of what we've got going on, as well as joining our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You can join our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course continue to get those updates. But a new region, a new challenge season means a new refresher on how all of this works. So if any of you at home are just joining us here for the first time and you don't know what we've got going on, this is our Open Finals, and we'll take a look at our general format for the competition here so we can break it down just a little bit more for you. Brody, talk us through this.
Yes, there'll be a little bit of a difference here for those of you who've tuned in towards Europe. Obviously, everything leading up to this stage is more or less the same. Everyone's been playing by themselves in ranked play to get to this point. Of course, we had the top 128 teams in North America invited to the Open Finals. We had a Swiss stage to get to this point. We've got the remaining two double elimination bracket, which today will be set to teams. The first 50 teams here, though, moving forward to the challenge stage, GSL style groups are actually going back to the same round robin format that we had last season. And of course, just like last season, that will culminate in the challenge finals. The top 4 teams in North America going head to head to decide who will be going to the World Championships at the end of the year.
So, of course, if you guys have been here with us for previous seasons, you should be familiar with all of this. And one other thing that's coming back as well is our prize pool. The Open Finals is the first point of the competition where the money starts kicking in here, Ton. So it's always nice to go home with a little bit of something in your pocket.
Yeah, and everybody involved today obviously already guaranteeing themselves that $150, but all the way up to $500 for those top 4 placements as far as you want to get. Of course, just trying to get yourself into the challenge finals is really what everyone's about here, but the cash on the line as well just makes it that little bit sweeter, Lauren.
Absolutely. And, we've got some money on the line here. It will increase for our challenge season. Then it will increase for challenge finals. And of course, it increases exponentially once we make our way to champs. So that's what everyone is grinding towards, to trying to get through every single step of the competition to make it all the way there to champs at the end of it all. But in order to do that, they have to get through today. So we'll take a look at the schedule and see what we've got going on. And I'll also explain how all of this is going to work, because as you saw, we have 16 teams that will be playing here today, which means we will have 8 total matches. You'll be seeing 4 of those here on the broadcast. Our first match of the day will be between Tribe Gaming and Pollos Locos. That will be our upper bracket round 1. Then we will also have a lower bracket that will be running. We'll go into that lower bracket round 1 after the first one, and then we'll go back to the upper bracket, back to the lower bracket. But we will also have matches that will be happening off stream. As those matches are happening, we'll be making sure to update all of you at home on how everything is turning out. And then as those results come through, that will also be what allows us to slot those teams in to the next stage, whether that is the lower bracket or the upper bracket continuing on. So we'll be keeping you guys abreast of everything we've got going on, but there's gonna be lots to be focusing on here today, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely there is. Obviously, as you said, only 8 teams are actually going to make it forward towards a challenge series. So to decide to get to which those teams are going to be, it's going to be interesting. Of course, North America is always a highly competitive region. We've also had the flurry of roster mania to talk about with Team Vitality out in India. That's caused a lot of changes. Interested to see kind of what the hierarchy of power looks like now in North America post all the roster changes.
Yeah, lots to talk about here. We'll dive into all of that in just a second. Before we get into our first match of the day, guys, let us know your thoughts about the Snapdragon Pro Series. Tell us what you love, areas you think that we can improve. You can just scan the QR code up on the screen and take a survey. And if you do that, you'll be entered in to win a $100 gift card simply by participating in that and giving us your thoughts on what we've got going on here all summer long. We'd really appreciate it if you could do that. But we mentioned it. We saw it on the schedule. Match number 1 right around the corner. Let's start talking about these 2 teams. Obviously, Tribe is a name that everybody at home should be very familiar with, going up against Pollos Locos. I mean, this is going to be... You know what, Brody? Break Tribe down, okay? There's lots to talk about here.
Yeah, there is a lot to talk about. So I already mentioned the fact that obviously a couple of players went over towards Team Vitality in the Indian region. That, of course, is kind of the international super team that's looking to take the best of the best down on the international stage. That's left a lot of North American roster changes to occur. This is one of those big changes of Tribe Gaming. Basically, 3/5 of the Seminole team. That's Vague, Marshy, and Washi from last season, alongside Rabalo and Envy from Rejects and Teabag from Mayhem. Now, it looks like Teabag is starting today, so that's going to be an interesting affair. But just looking at the names, looking at the caliber of players on this roster, you have to imagine this is going to be one of the teams to watch out for, if not the team to watch out for this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
We were wondering if we would get a super team eventually here, Ton, and it looks like that's exactly what Tribe Gaming is going for this time around. So it's going to be a rough road when we look at the other side there for Pollos Locos.
Yeah, 100%. I think at the same time, though, as what Brody said, they have kind of pieced together what was left to a certain degree, but these guys are still going to be very, very dangerous. Looking over the other side, though, Lauren, here, I mean, look, for coming through as a Mexican team for Pollos Locos into this now NA region. Let's see how they do. Look, I'd really like to be surprised, but could you have a tougher start than going up against this Tribe roster? The answer to that question is absolutely not. You could not.
And one thing to know for everybody at home as well is that this is that upper bracket match like we were talking about. So whoever does lose this match will fall down into the lower bracket and still have another opportunity to continue on in the competition. So in the event that Pollos Locos do go down, or even Tribe, depending on how this goes, it's still up in the air. We don't know how things are going to play out yet. That team will continue on and potentially still make their way through to the challenge season. So like we said, anything that happens off stream, we'll keep you guys on top of, so that way you'll be filled in on everything as it's playing out. Because I have a feeling that today is gonna give us some interesting results when we get into the thick of it. We'll pull up our map picks as the next step in this whole process to see what is coming through, and you'll see a little bit of something different from what we're used to when they do come up, because it's going to be 3 versus 5. Brody, we're just going to keep reminding people these are best of 3s.
I'm disappointed, I'm not going to lie. I was fully expecting a Hackney Yard straight in North America. I was fully expecting Ton to be like, Hackney Yard, here we go, excitement time. No, it's just going to be the standard Summit affair on map number 1. Express and map number 2, we're going to see all those train kills. Andy's not here for it, so that's fun. But anyway, we do get one new map in this series, which is the Seaside Control. And that is always interesting because I'm kind of intrigued to see whether or not we see those spawn traps being put together by these teams already.
Yeah, I did just want to kind of jump in and just make sure that I wasn't going to be that excited for Hackney Yard. I still have solid nightmares from a few years ago. But look, I mean, I'm happy to be taken into a different realm of positivity when it does come around. But look, Seaside coming in there as well for me, as obviously as somebody who's been a massive fan of Call of Duty for many, many years. It's nice to see that one in there. This is, again, the thing I love about COD Mobile. Every single time I come on, I'm like, look at these old maps that we get in that we had so much fun on. We get to have more fun on again. But yeah, very sort of standard across the board, though. Some are very fast and furious when we're coming into that one. Express can play obviously a little bit differently, whichever which way you want to go on the sites. And as you mentioned, Seaside Control should be very interesting as well.
Yeah, final reminder for new things for everybody at home as well. We have 3 new maps added into the map pool. We've got Hackney Yard for our hardpoint, Kurahana Metropolis for our S&D, and that Seaside Control that you saw getting picked here. So not only that, we've got some map mode combos that were kind of swapped around from what you would have seen if you were with us here last season as well. And I'm sure if it comes up, the boys will break all of that down for you at home. But there's just things that everybody needs to be aware of before we head into match number 1, because match number 1 should be about ready to get underway. Everyone in chat at home, let us know your thoughts on who you think is taking home the first match of Open Finals, because it is time to kick things off. So Birdie, Ton, let's get into it.
All right, cheers, pal. Ready to go in with this day of Snapdragon Pro Series. Look, I mean, we kind of expect this Tribe Gaming roster to be the creme de la creme of North American talent here in COD Mobile, right? It's going to be interesting, though, because we talk about kind of Mexico coming in here as the region, right? How are they going to shake up things in North America? We're going to get a look at that right out the gate.
Yeah, really good litmus test to kind of see how some of the better teams, obviously from the American side, are going to actually come into this North American region. Look, we were kind of talking about it off broadcast, though, to a certain degree, what this kind of effect will have on the entirety of the season. It should make it harder, right? You add more quality players in the roster. Okay, we've lost a couple, admittedly, but you add more quality teams, more quality players into this pool of already pretty high talent. Then all of a sudden, every game becomes that little bit more difficult, which should, I mean, I say the same quite a lot, you know, a rising tide raises all ships. If everybody is having tougher games, everyone should benefit on the international stage as well. But yeah, it's nice to see the regions kind of amalgamated together. Should make some really good competition heading forward.
Yeah, I think the question for me, right, with how Mexico is going to affect things, it's kind of a twofold thing, right? First and foremost, with these Mexican teams, and especially looking to a roster like Pollos Locos that are made up of players that for the most part did not do that well in the Latin America region last season. It's a mixture of team players from Undream, who placed 6th last season, and Oak Killers, who placed 7th. So not too good placements within that region, right? But it's kind of like, how well did those, how I guess, stacked was the Latin America region back in season 4, because for the most part we've seen teams like Amigos and Galaris on the international stage do extremely well, and we see those teams stacked up against the North American rosters as well, and inarguably at least Galaris was the better team of all those during that season. And that's one thing we definitely have to consider moving forward. And then obviously the other thing we have to consider is, you know, what happens when we have these mixed teams coming through of, all right, so some of the best teams from Mexico are going to be picked up by some of the best teams in North America. And that's going to be, I think, a really interesting way to look at it as we move forward here.
Yeah, it's another dynamic, isn't it? You know, it gives you another option of pool of players when you're going up against them. You're like, God, that guy is shooting straight. Now, all of a sudden, that you know, these people kind of come into conversation. There is more talent to kind of observe from a player perspective, from our perspective as well. It just makes things more interesting across the board. Hopefully, we're jumping into the game to get a first-hand example of it. But I think you're right in what we've kind of said across the board here. Tribe should be coming into this as heavy favorites. They will be heavy favorites as we head into our first game. First couple of games as well is going to be a real sort of test of where we're at for some of these sort of teams. But as we get into the thick of it, as Lauren mentioned, third and fourth game is where things get really, really interesting. That's last chance saloon for a lot of these teams. You really need to get the job done as soon as you possibly can. That's the beauty with double elimination, though. You do have those 2 chances to lose, or at least 1. So let's see how it is going to go down for some of these teams. But look, I would be sick to my stomach if I made it this far and didn't just win the 2 games that's needed along the line to get in that top 8, right? I think you can lose 1, win 2, and you're still through. So yeah, this is the nitty gritty now. This is where you need to make sure you are performing at your best.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things, right? You know, the double elimination effect is always like, hey, look, you have a nice little kind of safety net, right? You lose your first game, you've got another chance. But when you're in these kind of circumstances, you're actually playing in the brackets and you see the caliber of teams ahead of you, it actually can be quite more difficult than it first seems to actually qualify for these things, especially considering sometimes the luck of the draw, the teams that you get. We've seen that over in the European region as well, right? With certain teams that maybe just had a really rough run. I think RM were one of those teams that didn't make it back into the Snapdragon Pro Series because of the bad run that they had, because of the hard teams that they had going up against in the qualifier. You know, sometimes you do just get a really bad run, and I think for Pollos Locos in particular, facing Tribe first is a difficult draw.
It means you probably don't have to face them again, though, right? I mean, look, you would like to think so. So I think, though, if for them as well, you can kind of lean on getting a little bit of experience going up against these top teams. Losing is always learning. That's kind of the best way you can sort of look at it. And again, this is us going in the presumption that they are going to lose. I mean, I would love to sell the dream. I think it's a little bit more difficult in this scenario. I'm not that good of a salesman, unfortunately. So yeah, for Los Pollos, it is a little bit of a tough one here coming into the first game, but it does give us an idea of where Tribe are sitting at as well. See how seriously they are going to be taking this very first game. They have to. They can't underestimate anybody here. You have to be careful when you come in these tournaments here. In a double elimination, you cannot mess around. So we'll be finding out how it is going to go down. I'm interested to see Summit again. How many years ago was Black Ops 4?
Black Ops 4, 2018, mate. Or 2019, technically, was the last time we played.
It's a long time ago, mate.
Long time ago.
Duty, honestly, 6 months is a long time in Call of Duty. Never mind, nearly 6 years. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Seaside goes down between these teams. It's always was a big favorite of mine. Just enjoyed Black Ops 4 in general, actually. I don't think I'm actually in the minority there either. I think that was
a good game.
It was a relatively well enjoyed one. So yeah, it'll be interesting to get back into these sort of things as well when we do jump into the game. But we do have some very typical maps in the first two coming through anyway, so we will get a good baseline of where everybody's kind of at, you know, have these new maps kind of come through. Will we even get to see it, Brody? Our predictions say probably not.
Probably not. Well, look, we are going to have to wait a little bit longer to see it, because we're going to go to a very quick break while we sort some technical issues out. On the other side, hopefully we get to see Tribe Gaming going head-to-head with Pollos Locos. Trust me, you guys do not want to miss it. First look at one of the North American super teams going up against one of the Mexican powerhouses coming into North America. See you on the other side of the break for it.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Alrighty folks, welcome back here to the Snapdragon Pro Series for the Season 5 North American Open Finals. We're about to get into our first match of the day, fingers crossed, between Tribe Gaming and Pollos Locos. Again, a reminder, these are best of 3 matchups, so every single map will count a little bit more.
Yeah, for the time that we are slightly behind, I'd imagine Tribe are going to try and make that up, to be honest with you. Look, we are kind of expecting that level of performance. That's kind of where we're at with them. You know, you look at this squad, you look at the names on the paper, you fully expect them to do well over the entirety of the season. It is maybe just a matter of time before we see them lock in that spot with 2 wins. But look, we are happy to be pleasantly surprised. I would love to see a fantastic game between these two. Let's hope we do get it, Brody, but honestly, I don't know if too many people will be counting on it going the opposite direction. Tribe very much a favorites for the entire thing, never mind just this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing, right? That's the underlining thing here is, you know, ultimately you are looking at a roster that for the most part is the same Seminole roster that won last season, right? Again, you know, I know it's only 3 players and, you know, we saw in the European region with Jobless that doesn't necessarily always mean that we're going to see the same kind of success, right? Certainly not with that Jobless roster. So it does lend them, I think, a little bit of credence to the idea that, you know, they are probably going to be the #1 team once again. But you look at, again, that roster, Vague, Marshy, Washi, all incredible players from Seminole last season. But there is always that question in my mind. Even though all of those players were absolutely phenomenal and all of them were a big reason why Seminole ended up winning, it's worth saying that they don't have the #1 player in North America on their team anymore. That was Tectonic last season, who was by far and away the star of the show. Does that affect them in any way?
Well, I mean, you would like to think it does, but look, you've kind of removed him out of the equation, but you should still have enough in your roster to be able to do that. But not having Tectonic is obviously going to be a big blow for them. I don't think it'll affect them too much today, I think realistically speaking, but as the season goes on, we get a little bit deeper there. Are they going to feel it? Probably they will, but that was because Tectonic was such a huge player for them. did we get to see enough from him? Not at the highest level, I'm not too sure. But we'll see how things go for him, obviously, over on the other roster. But it is definitely a loss for Tribe, yeah. Hopefully we're going to be ready to get into this game very, very shortly, though. If I just remind you guys at home, I believe it was a summit to kick things off in Hardpoint, then Express Search and Destroy, Seaside Control to close it out if we get there. Although, bro, I somewhat doubt we will.
That's confidence.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I don't want to undersell it, as mentioned, though, but my sales techniques can only be so good. For Los Polos, though, I don't know if, from your point of view, what would be... I mean, look, going on to win the series would be fantastic, but the cards are very much stacked against them. What would be a win for them in this scenario?
Well, I mean, obviously, the ultimate win is actually taking away the series, right? I mean, that's like... You know, winning against Tribe is a huge foothold, I think, for a roster that ultimately we don't really know what to expect from them. Again, they are a new team made up of players that for the most part have not had a successful last season, I think it's fair to say. So them coming out and beating Tribe would be a massive upset. I think everyone understands it like that. But, you know, presuming they don't win, I think the idea is, you know, get practice against one of the best teams in North America, I think is going to be the key thing here. And secondly, obviously, try and identify weaknesses, you know, use this as an opportunity to already look... Right, you know, what on these maps are they going to look like? What kind of strategies are they going to pull out? Now, I know it's early doors, so the strategies probably aren't quite as solid as you would like, as they will be as we get into the challenge season. But still, there are serious learning opportunities here, I think, for any team placing Tribe.
I don't know. I feel as if sometimes in COD Mobile, I don't see a whole load of strategies from some teams. And
on Control,
yeah, not on Control. Again, I will beat that drum all season long if you lot haven't been studying. Chris will get annoyed. But I don't think that's going to be the case in this series, because I don't think we're going to get to see it. It'll be interesting to see Seaside, though. Again, I'm looking forward to see how that one's going to break down and how it is going to translate over into COD Mobile. It was a fantastic Control map when we did obviously play way back when. So let's see how it goes down. I feel like you were questioning that with that little noise.
No, it was a good Black Ops 4 map. Unfortunately, I think right now it falls foul to the current spawn trap issue, per se, I want to call it. So I don't know if you had a chance to watch it any yet, Tom, but the spawns on Seaside Control, if you're a team on the defense that gets up close, even on the offense, to be fair, it can happen on both sides. But basically, if you get in the spawn of the other team and you have a couple of players there is very little chance of you getting out of it. And I think it's one of those things where it's just like, it's not just that, it also happens on Arsenal as well, but I think it's very specifically for the offensive side where you can get players into those positions. It's not a problem with Raid, so I think a lot of teams are still kind of getting used to the idea that, hey, our primary purpose during these matches is not get spawn trapped.
Yeah, that's not where you want to put yourself whatsoever. So we'll see how it does play out if we do get there, but we may not get an example of it yet in this series, which is hopefully going to be ready to go very, very shortly. Sorry for the hold up, guys. We had a couple of players who hadn't quite updated some things that they need to update, as is the way. Never understood it. Never understood. Not just, being prepared, Brody. I feel like you're prepared. Am I as prepared as I would like to be? Well, okay, maybe not, but at the same time, I think these players as well, you've got to get everything downloaded. I was here an hour and a half beforehand downloading programs to get sorted out and get the broadcast ready to go. They're not bringing their end of the bargain up here, Brody.
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Honestly, mate, these players sometimes... I've casted COD for many years, mate, and the amount of times players have torched time is crazy. Honestly, it's always the casters, by the way. Is that a thing in COD Mobile? Casters start the game? If it's not, it should be a thing.
Yeah, I constantly do berate my co-casters for not pressing the button to start the game.
It's crazy.
I do think you guys really do need to lock in on that if you can. But hopefully we will be ready to go very, very shortly. For these teams, though, as well, I mean, that's another thing that we can bring up from last season that I will quite happily bring up constantly. Make sure you're charging your phones at the same time. Is it maybe just a little bit uncomfortable for some of them, though, in the position of where the charger is? That could be it. And if that is the case, then fair enough. But the charging of the phones last season, I swear you've wasted hours of my life when we were waiting for these things to start, just purely because their phones weren't charged. I am guilty of that, I want to say, in my everyday life. But
same, dude, same.
Mine to play video games on a competitive level, so we need to lock in on that this season if we can. Improving always, that has to be the vibe.
Yes, yeah, I know. Honestly, mate, every time I wake up in the morning, I'm just like, I forgot to put my phone on charge last night. So bad. And my phone's like 5 years old at this point as well, so the battery is like, it's dead. It's well in the ditch, mate. Yeah, so we're just waiting for the game to get underway, folks. Again, we want to get in the game as quickly as you do. Trust me. We want to see this. I can't wait any longer. However, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer because we are going to go to another break. I'm going to make a promise. I'm going to make a personal promise that on the other side of this break, we're going to have Tribe versus Pollos Locos, or we're going to have one of these teams EQ'd. I don't know what's going to happen. We're going to have something after the break. Alright folks, welcome back here to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We finally potentially have some games on our hands here again. Tribe Gaming versus Pollo Locos. That is our first match of the North American Season 5 Open Finals, and we expect it to be a banger. Again, it's a best of 3. Every single map is going to count. I cannot wait for a plethora of reasons to get into this first map.
Yeah, mostly because we just want to get into it at this stage. We've been waffling for quite some time. As Bobby would say, I'm talking Japanese right now. Like that's kind of the level where I was at beforehand, because I want to really get into the game. Actually, on a level, whilst we discuss it, how's Bobby Buckets not made it to this stage?
It's crazy, isn't it?
Expecting.
It's crazy.
Some of the stories I've heard of Bobby's prowess, and I don't get to cast over him, and I am extremely disappointed, to be honest.
Yeah, same. Honestly, I mean, I was fully expecting we were going to go full meme.
Yeah.
If Bobby was in the tournament, if Bobby Buckets, Nuggets is, I think, the team name, they were in the tournament, we would have been memeing the hell out of them. But they weren't. I just don't know what happened. Maybe they just, they just crashed out towards the end. Who knows? Either way, if we got to cast Bobby versus like Tribe, I think that would have been hilarious. If only solely because of the fact that he was spending, when we were obviously casting out in Poland, right? He was spending all of his free time just playing COD Mobile. That guy is addicted to the game.
He's a grinder, and we would have been fully biased towards him, and it would have been hilarious. So
absolutely,
had it been a complete show in certain degree, then that would have been bad. But irrelevant of that, we won't get to see him, but we will get to see this game, which I believe is loading in. I don't want to have jinxed it. I'm going to be touching wood. There is a desk here. I'm hoping that we are going to be jumping into this one. At some stage, this bed behind me is going to start getting a lot more comfy once we're on these players getting in, and we'll be chilling. But hopefully, we'll be loading into map number 1 very, very shortly. I mean, look, predictions, I wouldn't even like to skirt on them too much, but we're at that stage now where we've waffled about everything else, Brody.
Have we?
I don't know.
Man.
Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. 2-0 has got to be the line, right?
It's so hard to gauge, right? Again, going back to that conversation about where do we put the players, the teams from Mexico, how are they going to slot in with everything that's happened in North America? And I think it's particularly difficult only because of the fact that we do expect these guys to be the #1 team in NA. I think it would be a surprise to see any other result here. So yeah, I think it would be silly not to say 2-0. But again, I don't want to be one of those casters that's just like, hey, I've only seen this team, play, and I have to go gravitate towards them. It does kind of look that way, right?
I mean, the water's nice and warm, mate. Like this is the kind of area that you want to be in. Just settle into that role. It's fine. Everybody's been doing it for years. I've been doing it for years, and I still get hired for things. So you'll be fine. You just do it. Just do it. Just continue doing it. Here we go. Then eventually we do get into the game. Tribe, of course, coming into this one of the favorites overall in North America, not just to win this game, not just to advance to the challenge finals, but to win the whole goddamn thing. So let's see how they kick things off here on Sun.
Alrighty, let's see what we're expecting to see out of these teams. Now, it is worth saying that back last season, Seminole were pretty 50-50 on hardpoint, but again, you always have those kind of questions, right? How much does that actually translate as we get into these hard points with brand new teams, brand new players joining the roster? What do new look Tribe actually look like in hardpoint? And so far, things looking pretty good here. If you're a Tribe fan, they get the first at a time over on P1, but it is going to be Pollo Locos for the time.
Take that time as much as you can if you Pollo Locos. Anytime over towards P1 is very, very solid. Can be mixy, but looking over towards the rotations, it is going to be primarily Pollo Locos on the side of things where they want to be. This rotation coming in very, very shortly, and that could be important for them. Every single opportunity that they're going to get, they do need to take, but that's going to be a full wipe momentarily. 13 seconds remaining here over towards P1. Tribe going to soak up every single second. Heading over towards P2. Site split spawns coming through. Pollo Locos might get a little bit of luck as we head over.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Couple of kills coming through from the middle of the map for Tribe Gaming. They should be the first team to touch here as the grace period is about to come to a close. Noisy will actually find one over by New, but look at that flanking player from a 5 on the mini map. That's going to be Washi, who does do a little bit of damage. We'll take a couple of players out, a couple of reinforcements. Not for long, Bag and Teabag will combine for 3. Somehow Noisy is still alive in that ensemble of kills that we just saw. Finally, they will go down, and finally Tribe do get a foothold of the hard point. But I tell you what, Noisy actually kept Tribe out of the hill for a pretty long time there.
Envy already with 11 kills to his name does not bode well for Pollo Locos. Fantastic start from Tribe. They are soaking up every single second. First time that we've really seen Legacy in the kill feed. He will find 2. It can be very mixy over towards the railings, but this is an important kill as well if they can find it over towards the back side. I think it's going to be Fabuloso. Yeah, he's going to be dealt with. Perfect transition coming in from Tribe. They may well give up this final 15 here, Brody, but in prime position to soak up another 60 coming over towards P3 and shortly.
Yeah, and the aim of the game as we go over towards this hill is for Puyos Locos to get players around the outer edge of this hill. Do not try to brute force your way through the front. It can work out sometimes, but you're already starting to see the snowball effect coming through for Tribe Gaming. You're already starting to see them earn some of those operators. There are 4 on side, one of which did just come out for Vague and didn't last that long, but another of which is in the hands of Rabalo right now and is doing a stellar job of keeping Puyos Locos out of this hill. And I said it, Ton, we're going to see Puyos Locos push out the outer side of this hard point. They want to try and flip out the hill. That is what they're attempting to do, but so far they're not being very successful in that.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they have just been beaten to the punch when it does come down to getting a hold of everything you really need to get this rotation coming in. You can see especially it's just been used across the board. Washi finds 3, 4 in the kill feed, and this is just so simple for them at this moment in time. Rotation's going to start coming through over towards P4 if you Puyos Locos. You lick your wounds, you walk away with your tail between your legs, you set up and you pray to God that you can just hold on for a full 60 here. That's the difference though. You look at it, it's early in the game, you get a full 60 here, you're right back into it. But MSL's now coming in though on the transition. Perfect opportunity for Tribe to maybe try and find a break back.
Yeah, they've already forced one spawn out coming through. That's Fabuloso spawning in Narnia as far as this hill is concerned. Now a couple of players isolated towards the hill. Envy with the claw removes one of them. Just one more to deal with. Vague will pick up that kill. And yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right to exclaim it like that, Ton. That is a very quick break. And that's the problem, right? When you give a team a lot of momentum early on, you give them all utility. They are going to use it to try and break what you have. And they did just that there. But one more hit coming through from Puyos Locos here. Noisy and Fabuloso will pick up a couple of kills. Big kill around the backline for Noisy to get. And Fabuloso is going to invest the War Machine to get it done. So Puyos Locos will break back through. This is an important kill for them.
Well, 3 kills will fall through for them. They got a little bit of control towards the outskirts of the map, but now the push is going to start coming through from the middle, so you have to be very, very careful here. You're kind of turtled up inside of the point, but Fixo towards the back in a prime position to do something about this. Envy will get cut down. Good job so far from Puyos Locos. 22 seconds remaining here. Not in too bad of a spot to hold this one down. Can find one more. Bit of a congestion towards the point, but it looks like they're just about going to clear this one out, Brody. Really good job from Puyos Locos. That's some good time on the board.
Yeah, that's important. Making sure you get the last few seconds off the back of that hard point, even just some kind of modicum of time over Tribe, is integral to keeping yourselves at least competitive in this game, because for the most part, that P1, that entire first set of rotations from Tribe, well, it was most certainly in their favor. So Puyos Locos want to be more competitive as we get towards the second set. This is the start you want to see. Of course, the Chicom will be, I think it might be soon buffed, or might have been recently buffed, not too sure which one it is. It's still going to be a weapon that we're going to be seeing more of as we move forward into the rest of this Call of Duty Mobile season. You saw it in the hands of Noisy there and a couple of other players for Puyos Locos. It's going to contribute to a couple of kills. Not enough though. Vay comes through the R9. Washi and Rabalo will finish things off, and just as quickly as Puyos Locos, they get a nice little bit of touch on the hill. It doesn't stop.
Yeah, things do be changing very, very quickly. I mean, just managed to find himself a Predator missile over towards the backside, over towards that rotation at P4. And it's just counted for absolutely nothing, because all of a sudden, War Machine's in. You're shutting everything you possibly can do down. But Legacy now with the Purifier. Here we go. Can you find the second? Not quite. Washi will eventually get traded through. The kill's just not going the right way at the right time here for Puyos Locos. You've got to find something out of this one. Legacy can do. But rotation over towards 2 now starting to come on through. Looking towards these squads and what kind of positioning we have from both teams. Not too bad of a spot for Puyos Locos, but when Envy's shooting like this, then it just becomes so much more difficult. Already has 28 kills to his name.
It's just, what do you do? 28 kills for Envy, right? 26 for Rabalo. I mean, very often, I guess, as casters, we are guilty of just naming numbers, but I think in this particular instance, right, I mean, it's hard not to identify the players that are doing particularly well on Tribe, and are partially, I mean, the reason why they're ahead as far as they are right now. 60 points, though. It's a lead that Puyos Locos can bring down. They just have a good hold here, and that's, again, not the start they wanted. Not quite a caster curse, you have to feel, but I mean, it's just difficult at this point, isn't it? Puyos Locos just completely eviscerate from the hard point. They do find 3 though. Washi will have to try and find some kills here inside to try and keep hold of the kill, and will only be able to find 1. T-Bag's going to be forced to bring out the Sparrows. So at the very least here, Puyos Locos are forcing some operators out of Tribe.
I mean, every single second is counting here. For all we can talk about those kills, are they indicative of only a 40-point lead? I would say no. Maybe Tribe Gaming need to be doing a little bit more with these kills that they're finding right now. hasn't necessarily been as clean as you would like. It's a 40-point game, Brody, which I think Polus Locos you would have taken heading into a second rotation, but this is where the damage was done from Tribe last time. As we head now over towards P3, that's 3 in the feed, 2 on the other side of things, though. Polus Locos will find a couple more. Fixer will find 2 towards the back. There's the spawns towards the back. Can they count with them?
That is huge. You can see Polus Locos a little bit earlier on the push around the backline this time around. They're able to break the spawns pretty much immediately, but that is great operator usage coming out from Tribe there. You saw Washi with the Annihilator. Noisy will find a couple of kills, but the trades are good. The back spawns are good once again for Tribe Gaming, as now they look to hold on towards this time. Finally, for the first time in this game, even though Polus Locos have been within touching distance, this is the first time where it actually feels like they're being competitive with Tribe. They're looking for the back 30 seconds as well, and obviously that is a wealth of time to give away. Tribe are going to invest for it. War Machine around the front now for Raballo. What can he find with it? It's going to enable a couple of players to slide through. Noisy's there for the double. Finally, Raballo will find one, but that is all they are going to get. For Polus Locos, yeah, you're still behind in this game, but that is a huge hill to keep yourself super competitive.
Yeah, it's a fantastic break, to be honest with you. Tribe hold on to that entirety, which is looking like what's going to happen. Based on that rotation that came over, this game's pretty much already done, whereas Polus Locos now have brought this back into a 25-point game. Last time around, though, they did find a lot of success over towards this hill as well. So can they do the same thing again? Noisy was influential last time around. Fabuloso will find 2. Envy will be able to find Noisy and another on top of it. There you go, shutting it down. But the spawns towards the back here for the side of Polus Locos. They're very, very close, but Tribe soaking the hill up.
Last time around, they were so good at this. Again, now they've got Vague with the equalizers around the back line. Vague for 3. Envy's going to throw the Hunter Killer drone in towards the air as well. There's a couple of players still to be developed around the back line. That's Fabuloso, who does get shut down. For the most part, though, this is a Tribe Gaming kill feed. Polus Locos do have a couple of players still to contest with inside the hard point. Envy will dispatch with both of those really quickly, and a couple of players trying to rebel around the hillside will also be shut down. For the most part, Tribe are doing what they need to do to take every single second away from this hill, and the lead that Polus Locos had built, well, I think it's slowly starting to slip away.
Just brute force finding their way through. Fabuloso trying to stay alive over towards the top side. He can find 2 from the catwalk side of the map, but the problem is here is that the deficit has grown. It's not that bad, but Polus Locos get very, very little from that previous hill heading into P1, which is where Tribe Gaming have actually started to excel, reveling in the chaos, so to speak. 20 points to go for Tribe, and just trying to shut it down here as soon as they can. Sparrow out, zoning away as quickly as he possibly can. Fabuloso can bring one back. 10 seconds away for Tribe, though. They're walking away with this game.
Couple of last efforts here. It's individual efforts from Polus Locos. Used will pick up Vague at least, so an opportunity here for Polus Locos to just touch. 6 seconds left. They have to be perfect from this moment onwards, and there is a lot of utility, a lot of options for Tribe to break this hill. Washi up top finds one of those kills required. There's still a little bit of resistance towards the hard point. Envy and Washi do pick up a couple of kills. Now it is just going to be Fixo. Pre-fire from Envy goes awry. Can Vague potentially be the player to shut this one down? No. Polus Locos continue to hold on.
They're being feisty, finding kills and being tough to beat. In all honesty, whichever way this one goes, this has not been too bad of a performance from Polus Locos whatsoever. Washi starting to find a little bit of form, though. Finds 2 inside of the point. 6 seconds to go before we do head over towards P2, so they have made it last. Can you find the break at the right time here, though? And can you manage to hold something down? Washi and Co gonna have to fight in from the back foot to a certain degree. Kills starting to fall on through, though, and Tribe getting the point. And Tribe will find map number 1. Not throughout without any adversity, but they get the job done nonetheless. 1-0 to Tribe. But Polus Locos there, that for me was better than I did expect. There was definitely moments there for them, Brody, when they got a hold of points. They were making sure they found those valuable moments, and especially with some of the breaks that came through as well. Not a bad showing whatsoever, but Tribe ultimately will lead 1-0.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Tribe won that game off the first set of rotations. I think that's the best way we can go about that, because I think in the second set, Polus Locos were significantly more competitive. I think especially looking towards what was that P2 break, or P3 break, excuse me, from them, where they actually managed to break in for a solid 30 to 40 seconds of time. And that was a huge improvement over what we saw in the first set, right, where they were just unable to make the decision early enough to try and break those rotations early enough. But I think, again, it's just one of those classic stories of too little, too late, because the damage was done at the end of the first set, where Tribe Gaming had built a lead that wasn't quite insurmountable, but I think it was very difficult to try and come back from. And again, I think you mentioned it in the middle of the game, right? It's just so annoying when you're going up against players that are dropping, I think we're going to look at the stats here in a minute, and probably over 35 kills would be my guess, is where they finish, if not hitting 40 it's so difficult to do anything about that when you've got players on the other side doing those kind of storylines.
Yeah, of course. I think that is a difficulty, as you can look over towards it. NB48. There you go. But at the same time, if I am going to play devil's advocate here, I think for Tribe, you maybe have to make that little cleaner in terms of how you go with kills. Look, again, at the same time, and I want to give all respect over to Polos Locos here as well, but our Tribe taking this as serious as they possibly could, that's a question mark you can bring into the equation. But for all those kills, for the Outslayer is what I mean, we're talking into the 20s, I would say, based on what we said. Yeah, I mean, easily, Legacy went 22 and 43 deaths. Yep. And you still only, won by 60 or so? It's, I don't know. I would have maybe expected something a little bit more convincing from Tribe based on that slaying side of things, at least anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those conversations, right? And we always have it, right? When it comes down to matches like this, it's okay to get away with those kind of things, right? When you come up against the big boys, right? And this is something that North America has to work on. It's part of our overall arching storyline, not just for this season, but as we lead up to the World Championships later in this October, is North America going to be number one again, right? Because they arguably haven't been for a long time. The Chinese teams, looking at Wolves in Q9, they've been looking really good recently, and Indian rosters as well. I mean, they've started to get better. We look at Godlike back in 2023, and specifically, obviously, over towards LATAM as well. Galaris being a team that is one of these teams to beat. There's a lot of international teams now that I think have kind of usurped North America for the crown of the best teams in the world. And ultimately, you can't be doing that kind of stuff against the big boys. I know, obviously, we're putting that out there right now. And we're not necessarily saying they would do that. But again, it's something that we're going to keep on revisiting as we go through the season. Yeah,
it's not so much criticizing, but maybe being critical to a certain degree. We're just making sure that we want to see the best of Tribe Gaming, absolutely, and it was a good performance from them. Let's not get it twisted. Putting up those kind of numbers is going to win you games on its own, but it's about making sure that you're converting those kills into big moments. It's no good finding 4 or 5 dead and then all of a sudden getting broken back pretty much straight away. Setups maybe need to be a little bit tighter for Tribe. I think specifically when we're thinking about P4 and their second opportunity actually at P3, which is where things got a little bit mixy, where they did get broken. But then you can also give the credit to Poyos, of course, to come through and find that map moment, but it was no more than that. I think, I just want to give credit to the underdogs where I can. A fantastic performance from them. Honestly, I think as far as losses go, you take those on the chin, I would say.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too frustrated. And again, it comes back to what wins do you take away from the series if you are Poyos Locos, right? I mean, what do you learn from? And I think you learn that you can certainly beat Tribe with a couple of changes to the way in which they played that Summit Hardpoint. But regardless, we're about to get into the Express Search and Destroy. Remember, folks, the train is active, so stay off those tracks. So not the real threat on the map just yet, though. Fixo opening things up here with a couple of kills already.
Good place to find him as well. Pushes himself forward, gets dealt with pretty much instantly by Rapallo. Now a 3 versus 3. Washi towards the back, just so accurate with that, and it's disgusting already. Fantastic shots coming through, just will be taken down. All of a sudden, the advantage that was there for Polos Locos is eviscerated.
Used was the player there for Poyos Locos that could have blown this round up against Tribe, but he does get shut down by that insane snap from Washi. Abloso elsewhere is going to take Washi down. I believe that's over by A. So a couple of players here for Poyos Locos will manage to regroup, but they are very far away from A. So they're going to have to run effective marathon to get over towards the side. That's going to burn a lot of time with the clock hit on.
Plenty of time for a ball and Seaback to be able to set themselves up. And a lot more corners that you have to check if you're Polos Locos here. 24 seconds. Counting down very, very quickly. It always feels faster when you're there in the game. You're having to try and get that defuse coming through. As soon as 15 seconds hits, you really want to be on the bomb. You're nowhere near. Tough situation now. Noisy going to jump up top. Can he try and find anything here? But everybody just playing together for the side of Tribe. Is Noisy going to find the flank? I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. You're not on the bomb. And round number 1 will go over towards Tribe. Really good job from them. But for Polos Locos, just giving up control of the site. Playing together was the right thing. Making the wrong choice was not.
Yeah, I think it was just time that befell them towards the end, right? I mean, just they had to spend so much time actually transferring over towards the bomb. The options that they had by the time they got there were relatively limited. So Tribe will be very content with the way they've started this search and destroy, and now will be content with the way they're concluding it as well. Envy continuing on here with that first kill against Noisy in this round. Going to find a second through the smoke. Noose is immediately eviscerated. Tribe now well in the advantage in this round. Fabuloso goes down, and very quickly Pollos Locos are being eliminated here.
Tough round. When you have to just take away Fig will find another. Fixo is eventually the one who will answer back, but the only one who has. Now left in a 1 versus 4. Now, if you can find one through the middle here, then maybe you can get something going, but talk about difficult situation. 30 seconds to find 4 kills and defuse the bomb. Yeah, good luck.
Not on your Nelly, mate. Not a chance there towards the end. Nope. No chance whatsoever. Pollos Locos again just eliminated right off the start. They lose those first bloods and the dominoes just keep on falling. Phenomenal start from Tribe in the first couple of rounds. 3 players on donuts at the moment for Pollos Locos. Want to start getting some investment towards this game. They full hit over towards B, and that's not where the call is coming.
A lot of utility being used over towards that A side. Now clearing out with further stuns as well. Plenty of presence over towards that side of the map. Legacy now going to try and get some control back for the team. Fixo will find 2 though. He has been ever present for the squad so far. 5 kills to his name throughout the first 3 rounds. Do find another here. Vivek will shut him down. That bomb very much down as well. Noisy and Fabuloso now in a 2 versus 2. This is a winnable situation.
Yep, and they know where the players are as well. They've got that information to work with. Oh, but Rapallo gets a huge kill versus Noisy. And now you might well know where Vague is, but Vague has the better weapon for the situation. The R9 is going to outmatch the machine pistol at that range. And despite knowing where those last 2 players are, big 1v1s come up clutch for Tribe. Once again, able to come up tops here on their offense.
Just fantastic aggression coming through and for Pollos Locos in that situation. Committing towards the site. This time you've got to correct though, so it's going to be messy over towards B to say the least. Kills being traded, but just about going in the favor of Tribe so far. And again, it's a 2 versus 3 in favor of Tribe. Making it now just a difficult situation, but Justice found a way around. Stops that bomb from going down. Can't find the second, and the kills fall Tribe's way. That round was over before it even began.
Oh, that's the second time now that Eustace almost made an incredible flank play for a 1 versus 1. It just doesn't go his way. He does find the first kill, but immediately gets found out for the second. And yet, at the very least, Pollos Locos actually picked the right site this time around. Will they do so again is the question. Feels like a mid hit coming through from Pollos Locos here, trying to split the difference. It's the thing that befell them the last couple of rounds here on the defense. So this time, just straight from the middle of the map, hedge your betch, and it works out for the most part. Use once again using that route for the middle of the map will find Washi. Envy, though, has already drawn that first blood. But again, Pollos Locos making that move, has got players into very advanced positions. Noisy is able to do things like this. He finds that first kill, switches over towards the Thunder off the weapon, and he hits that shot as well. Incredible play. T-Bag and Vague now left up in a 2 versus 2. I think Vague has just been spotted out.
He has been. And T-Bag gets dealt with as well. So Vague now left in this 1 versus 2. Does spot one to his right-hand side there. Did they see him? I'm not too sure, but Legacy just surviving. As Vague now on his way over. I mean, that shot from Noisy must have been insane. We kind of got to see the bullet just about getting lined up before the trigger was pulled. But bomb recovered down from Vague. Legacy maybe expecting the push to come through here. Still a tough round for Vague to win. Utility out nearby. Information gained. Slow and steady may well win the race here for Pollos Locos.
Vague's answer is to get that bomb down.
The bomb has been planted.
Give them a little bit more advantage in the situation. Of course, again, that's info for Pollos Locos, but they got a ton of places to check. They have to do it as a duo. You cannot afford to just get pieced up. Did Legacy just see him? So on the hunt, he will see him now. Vague to get the shot with the R9 again. The R9 is so good up close, and it will take both of those players down. And that was a round where you have to feel with the success that they had early on, Pollos Locos will be very frustrated they didn't win.
Oh, you find yourself 5-0 down now. Tough scenario. Trent's just going to slow you down ever so slightly on this defensive round as well. Never ideal. As things now continue on. Big grenades going over towards this A side from Tribe. They're going to be locking down that site entirely. You can see though the setup here from Pollos Locos not too bad though. They do have presence. They do have something to slow it down, but how much can they actually do now? A bomb going down. Vague will find another and just continues his reign of terror. Let's see if the retake can happen for Pollos Locos.
Yeah, these players are so far back. You have to get past Vague. He is the first and arguably the biggest threat here. Vegas continuing to damage the defensive line. Finally, he's going to get shut down, but not before he's found a hell of a lot of value for Tribe. Information too. They know where the vast majority of this push is coming from. Over the top, Fixo goes to send Raballo away from lockers. Now the double hit from Legacy and Fixo. What value can they find? Legacy can't find anything. Fixo only finds one. And now Fabuloso has to penetrate a site with only 10 seconds left on the clock. That is just simply not enough time. Tribe go flawless on their offense.
Just brilliant play from them, working together every single time. It doesn't feel as if anybody's really playing that island play. They just know exactly what to do on these executions over towards the site. Now, do they know what to do on the defensive side? You would like to think so. Fabuloso trying to find a pick that will just not come over towards B. Grenade over towards him, ain't gonna do much, but Teabag will already find a kill on the Legacy. It's a 5v4 in favor of Tribe.
Exactly the start that Tribe wanted here to their defense. Does get traded out though. Envy tries to reach this too deeply in towards the B site, and Fabuloso will punish. So options now starting to present themselves for Poyos Locos.
We got the bomb.
Fixo will pick up the bomb. So push over towards A is still probably the desirable play here for Poyos Locos, but Tribe's still trying to feel things out. And I'm a bit concerned here with how uncertain Poyos Locos are playing this. They might end up outplaying themselves. Yep, Fabuloso going to go down here. All of these players isolated. Used at the very lowest will find Raballo here. So a potential path over towards B if they want to take it. And Fixo might just be about to get godlike timing on towards Vague. Yep, pun fully intended. See you later, Vague.
Was she holding it down though, and all of a sudden what was around that, the advantage was there for Fixo as he gets the bomb down. He's dead to rights. Didn't get the plant off in the end, and that's a 7-0 for Tribe. Dominant throughout, of course, map number 1. A little bit of a task to get done, but map number 2, absolutely not in that same vein. A flawless 7-0. Tribe again very much showing their class there on Express.
It's a minor thing. I don't know why I didn't get the bomb down in that final round. It's a small thing. No need to ego challenge. I know you obviously want to trade things out and bring it out to a 1v1 versus 1, but those are the kind of things that when you get down to the Snapdragon Pro Series, when you get to challenge season, those are the kind of things that can split the difference between the best and the rest. Tiny thing. Ultimately, it wasn't the thing that lost them that search and destroy. It was allowing Tribe onto the bomb site one too many times, and I think not really adapting to the way in which Tribe are playing those offenses for the first 6 rounds, because it's worth saying that so much of them were just either they had those butting heads over towards B. That happened a couple of times, but for the most part, the pushes over towards A were pretty much the same setup every single time, which is, hey, we've got a really good R9 player in Vague. We're just going to push him all the way forward on towards the site, and you guys are getting nowhere near, and I don't think we ever saw any real adaptations to that strategy.
I mean, you guys mentioned it heading into that first match. A super team has been made in Tribe, which means that the bar is going to be very high for them as far as our expectations goes. Then it just kind of falls on them to really meet that bar. And right out the gate, a 2-0 for Tribe is going to set them up well for how they will be competing against a lot of the other teams when it comes to our challenge season. But like we mentioned before, Poyos Locos is not out yet. They'll just drop down to that lower bracket, still have an opportunity to continue on in the competition depending on, how their matches go against who they face off against next. And I know it took us a little time to get into that match, which means we probably should have some other results from some of the other matches as well, which should get you guys when we come back from the other side of the break that we'll be taking here shortly. But either way, we will have made a decent dent in our matchups here so far, and then we'll be able to figure out who's going to be heading into the next one. If you remember the schedule, the next match of the day was going to be our lower bracket round 1, and those teams will have been seeded based off of their performance so far in the Open Finals. So that'll be another one for us to look forward to when we get to that point. But you guys did great here on match number 1. Crushed it. We'll give you a little bit of a break. As I say that, a lovely production team pulling up exactly what we are looking for to find out who's going to be in the next match. It's going to be Ultra versus, is it Kaya Nation, Brody? Kia Nation? Kaya?
I don't know what you're asking me. I don't know. I absolutely don't know. We're going to call him Kaya.
The know-all.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'll take that. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to go for Kaya, and if we're wrong, YouTube chat will tell us.
All right. Well, that's what we're going to be looking forward to, their Ultra versus Kaya Nation, our first lower bracket matchup of the day. And then we'll continue moving our teams forward in this competition. Before we do that, though, it's time to take a short break. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we just finished our first upper bracket match of the day, and it was Tribe who continues on in the competition, trying to secure a spot in our Challenge Season 4 North America. And now we're looking to our second match of the day, which will be between Ultra and Kaya Nation. This will be a lower bracket matchup, though, which means both of these teams have already lost a match in the matches that were happening off stream, which means this is the last opportunity for them to continue on in the competition here, Brody, as we take a look at this Ultra roster.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like you said, right? These guys, they've already lost one match. It's always very difficult, right? Because you never know who you're going to get. And these guys did have to face a really difficult team. That is Rehan returning to competitive COD Mobile. That's Profix Esports. That's the team that they lost to. So difficult first match of the day. And again, we don't really know too much about this team. We don't really know what to expect from this Ultra roster. But, you know, we always kind of say with these situations, we never really want to say, oh, these guys are going to be out. They're going to be a terrible team, you know, yada, yada, yada. They could be a team that comes in, unknown players, shocks everyone, and takes some of the best teams down. So, you know, always those kind of situations that can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things that we talk about a lot in the SPS here, times we get a chance to see Kaya Nation's roster here, as well as the fact that, especially when we're in the open final stage of the competition, it is the era of everyone. This is that one opportunity people have to kind of make a name for themselves.
Yeah, of course, it's about discovery. It's about sort of seeing where these teams are going to lie in the grand scheme of things, right? So for these guys, it may well be one of their first opportunities on a broadcast to show what you're about. Is there any standouts? Is the team themselves going to go on and do better? They're always going to have tough games when you do come into it. Both them losing 2-0 in fast series. So now you're coming into it, you can settle into the tournament just that little bit more. So for Kaya Nation or Ultra, how do you kind of read into this? Do you sort of say, oh, you know, look, we're in a really bad spot? Or do you say, right, okay, now we're kind of into that area where you're in the losers bracket, you're going to be going up against teams similar to yourselves, you get a bit of momentum here to then try and win your next game. You can't lose anymore. You've still got to win 2 from here if you do want to qualify.
We'll get an opportunity to see what choices they made in terms of their map picks and bans as well, and see if maybe they're setting themselves up for success. While we're waiting for those to come through, though, chat, this will be a good opportunity for you guys to give us your thoughts. Do you know anything about these teams? Are you supporting them? And who do you think is going to be taking this one home? Because it is make or break right now. If we're in the lower bracket, like we said, one of them will be going home, while one will continue on for another match that they will have to play, but another opportunity to clinch one of the 8 available spots in our challenge season. And I think one of the questions that I have just in general, and we won't know the answer for it yet, Brody, but is the fact that if we have a team like Tribe, who kind of created a super team and took a lot of the players from multiple top teams in the region, what does that do for the rest of the competition? It opens up the doors for potentially the teams that we're seeing that might be more unknowns to get a spot in the challenge season if Tribe's absorbed the top.
Right. Yeah, I mean, always kind of that distribution of the best players, right? I mean, obviously, as you say, with these teams forming at the very top of North America, there's more space for more talent to come through and prove themselves and have a chance against the best of the best. That creates that cycle that we were referencing, right? Where some of the players on these teams might be referenced to, hey, look, those players did a really good job and they can be used in the future on some of these top teams. That's what we have this kind of open circuit for, right? So yeah, absolutely. You know, Ultra and Kaya could be of the system that we have here, we could see some real upsets. And obviously, again, the fact that we don't know anything about these teams isn't necessarily an indictment on them. It's just the fact that, hey, these guys might be really good and just haven't been noticed yet.
Yeah, and I think just to jump in, Lauren, in that sense, look, there is a lot of these players who we see at the very top of our game. A lot of people wouldn't have known who Tectonic was the first time that he was on broadcast, right? So look, you've got to be the first time at some stage. You've got to make your mark at some stage. For these guys, that might be this game. There's a lot still on the line for them. Yes, okay, they may be off the back of a 2-0 loss. Both these two teams are quite quick fashion, but this is where your tournament really can begin. As mentioned, momentum is a huge thing when it comes down to these bracket play and matches. In your next game, if you're going to win this, you're coming against a team who's just got beat. So look, that's always those mental games. Can you try and play it from there? You still have every opportunity of qualifying for the Challenger season.
Absolutely. And that's another good point to make too, because if they can't bounce back from it now, you know, that's something they need to learn in the future if they're looking to be competing regularly when it comes to just Call of Duty Mobile in general, as we get those picks coming through, starting things off with the Summit hardpoint here, Brody.
Yep, we just saw it. We know what to expect out of a Summit hardpoint. I'm honestly a little bit sad. I was fully expecting a Hackney Yard to come into this best of three. I was ready for a Hackney Yard, and it wasn't. Just imagine the chaos. I mean, it's the best kind of arena for a matchup like this. But yeah, no Hackney Yard. We're going back to Summit for a hardpoint for the first map. And of course, it wouldn't be Call of Duty Mobile without a Fire and Range Search and Destroy. And that one is one of those classic ones that, because it's been in COD Mobile for so long, even teams that maybe aren't the most experienced will know what to do on Fire and Range Search and Destroy. If we get to Control, totally different story. But Fire and Range Search and Destroy should be kind of business as usual.
What are you laughing at?
The problem is we got one Hackney Yard in EU, and I said it leading up to it. I was like, you know, it'd be cool if we got Hackney Yard because we hadn't gotten one yet. We got one in EU, and then as soon as we see it, Brody remembers why it's fun, and now all of a sudden, I think every time we get through these picks, he's gonna ask for it.
Oh yeah,
he uses the word fun. Maybe I would use a different word of my history with Hackney Yard. There are bad visions from a few years ago. When MW came out, because it's a good map in itself, but some of the moments that we've seen from that one, I think, to be fair, we did play domination on it as well, which I think is what's probably lingering in my brain as a negative effect, Brody. I don't know if am I remembering that correctly? Honestly, I forget it.
We as in did because it was played in COD Mobile and it was played in. It was,
yeah, but I'm talking like way back in terms of CDL, because that's when
I kind of forgot domination was a thing, mate.
Honestly, like, I do try to, and I think that's maybe why it's lingering in my brain in a bad way. So hopefully we don't ever get to see that again. But Hackney Yard, I will hopefully it's like a rekindling of a love story that was never really that great at the start of things when we do eventually get over towards it. But that will not be quite yet. We may well get to see it as time goes on. But what I am noticing, a lot of teams kind of going for staples. You know, as you mentioned, especially when it has come down to COD Mobile, Fire and Range Search and Destroy is nearly guaranteed to be in every single series. Because we do get to go into that again with Summit to kick things off. Arsenal Control for map number 3 if we do need it. It's all very classically played, right? I mean, Fire and Search and Destroy, as mentioned, is played so often. Everybody knows what they're doing on Summit, and Arsenal Control is very standard when it does come to that control game. But of course, with the sort of air to the caution in terms of how things work with Spawn Trap. So yeah, very standard map set across the board line.
Well, we'll have to see what our teams are able to do with this map set, because match number 2 is not going to keep us waiting this time around. It is ready to go. So let's just keep it rolling. Brody, Ton, we'll get back into it.
Alrighty, let's get into it. Second match of the day. We don't really know what to expect from Ultra and Kaya, but what we are hoping for is a really competitive matchup, and we're going back to Summit to kick off this series. Again, I just want to see a player come out here and highly impress us, and that can be kind of a storyline that we can attach ourselves to as we get into the regular season, right? I mean, that's always what you want to see, is see players impressed that nobody's seen.
Yeah, and what we love as talent, not talented, but talent, we love the storylines that we can weave in and tell the story of these guys. So, I mean, that's kind of where we're sort of leaning. This is what you always love to see. But at the same time, I don't want to see people just playing for kills, just to make the name for yourself, because it's been done before, and I'll spot it. I will. Probably won't. I'll probably just, you know, call out. No, I wouldn't just call somebody out randomly, brother. I would never do such a thing.
Yes, you would.
Maybe not in this scenario, though. These guys, it's a good opportunity for them. It's interesting to see which way things are going to go between them. As I said, we don't really have any basis of which way we think it could go. Kind of looking at the matchups that they had, they were both relatively tough. So do we read into anything from that side of things? Not particularly. So let's see how it does go down when we do get into this series. But if we're going to go for anything, I really like the Kaya logo. I mean, I can start leaning on logos if you want in terms of favorites.
We're not doing that.
I'm telling you, it's the route to go down, 100%.
Who has the best logo? Honestly, I'm a fan of that Ultra logo. No idea where they got it from. That Ultra logo is pretty sweet. Never seen that before. It's a pretty sweet logo. Yeah, we're not doing logos. I'm intrigued to see what we get out of this matchup again, just because it's one of those situations where there's so many opportunities for players to get on top teams. I'm trying to think in the European region, because my brain has been pretty scrambled this week, all over the place. But I think there's even been, you know, very recent examples of teams over in Europe, right, picking up talent from maybe lower level teams. Here's the example I was going for, right? AFA from the European region, of course, who last season played on, like, I'd argue like a mid-table team, right? Didn't have that much success, Now he's joined exclusive over in Europe, and he is, I believe, their substitute, but nonetheless, that is still an important thing. I believe Riaj Lior was another player that was in that position as well. There's a lot of different opportunities there for maybe not this season, but next season. We're hoping to see some real good things out of players in this matchup, and we're going to get to see a second Summit of the day, 2 for 2 on Summit hardpoints. Let's get into this matchup and see what these teams... Okay.
I mean, me and you both have been involved in the grassroots side of esports on a couple of different levels of things, and we know how important it is for these teams to have their opportunity to shine. And this is one of those massive opportunities for both these squads. Going up against a team who went down in the previous round as well, and is this now the time to get your tournament rolling? Already made it here to the top 16, but you absolutely want to make it top 8. You cannot lose this series if you want that dream to become a reality. Kicking off the thing, everything over towards P1 though. 35 seconds remaining here. And a good start for Kaya Nation. Nice hold down from the side that you kind of want to be holding it down from. Good time on the board, and you will soak up every single second you can at P1.
And early on, we're looking for an impression of what these teams are looking like so far. Kaya Nation look pretty good, pretty well put together on their hardpoint holds, trying to keep Ultra out of this time. Nobody watching up top, though, at the moment. That's going to allow Zerg to push on through and take a couple of players down. John Snack is already able to get a couple of kills, though, one off the back of a hunter-killer drone. So Kaya Nation, very briefly, allow Ultra in towards the hardpoint, but it is brief at that. And already we're seeing a phenomenal start, not coming out just from Kaya Nation, but more specifically, John Snack. He was able to get a hunter-killer drone and a Predator missile. It does not help them get control of P2.
I mean, it's a good indication for us to see how this may well go, because Kaya Nation are absolutely dominating the kill feed at the moment. This is just domination. This is very, very similar to what we've seen in match number 1. Of course, here in the losers bracket side of things, you cannot lose. Ultra coming into this one very, very cold. Dix can't get anything going on that side of things, but eventually some time that will fall their way here over towards P2. Spawns are definitely better for Kaya Nation. They will look to keep control of them as we head into P3, but Ultra eventually getting some time on the board, and I think that's crucial. When you lose P1 in that kind of way, you absolutely need some time at P2.
Yeah, it's not looking good. 20 seconds left, though. There's still a wealth of time before that second hill will pop, and to be fair, if Ultra do manage to get the remainder of this time, they will basically be touching scoreline that Kaya Nation have built up. It is worth saying players now spawning out from Kaya Nation as well, so things fast and secure as far as this next rotation is concerned. Why try with a little bit of turn on there onto towards Yoju, but there's still more players to contend with. Dixis is able to pick up a couple of kills, and Tavasin will clear things up towards the back half of that old hard point. So Ultra, no control over the spawns around the back line, no choice but to go through the front, and you're going head first into the claw that Tavasin. He will find 3. Gravity Vortex gun now for Dixis as well. This is a lot of zone control operators coming out from Kaya Nation, really intending to keep control of this hunt.
And that's what you need to do. Plenty of time on offer here. If you can get a hold of it, puts you in a prime position for the second rotation. Tavasin calling this one in. John Snack will find 2 as well. Great usage coming through already. Tavasin already snapping. He will find a couple and then eventually goes down to his own. I think that might have been the Gravity Vortex gun still. Irrelevant of that. The kills still just continue to flow. Spawns for the back now for Ultra. Can be a blessing in disguise at times, but if you're going to start running into Equalizer, it's a bit dangerous. Yes, okay, there is still 20 seconds to play it for here, but you've lost the spawns for the next hill at the worst possible time. You will get that scrap, but Kaya Nation have a wealth of time to set themselves up.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, right? I mean, look, it's 20 seconds left on the hard point. That's what, generally speaking, we refer to as scrap time in Call of Duty and hard point. So Kaya Nation will not necessarily be upset that they managed to flip the spawns in towards new and are looking now for the wealth of time over this next. But Zerg has other ideas. In the hill he goes with the Purifier. We'll find one, but his job is far from over. He wants to try and uproot these players for the back spawns, and he's going to go straight forward, but Hards has it. A War Machine as an answer. He will find one. John Snack also finding a second, so good effort there with the Purifier, but it goes all right. Kaya Nation now going to be in for this time. Again, a crucial moment. Ultra, if they're able to get through, they'll be able to contest with Kaya Nation. They cannot afford to give this time away, and already they're starting to do that around the front. Why try now with the Sparrow?
He's found himself in a good position with it. Oh, unfortunately. Just catches the explosion on the other side of things. Oh, Galaxy will find nothing either with the Equalizer. Investment starting to come through, though, and just about working out. Shane here with the everything he could possibly be doing with the War Machine on the outside. The break comes through. They've used a lot for it. Here comes the answer back from Kaya Nation. Spectre already being pushed out on the other side. Cannot find it, though, and eventually they will get their way through. 15 seconds remaining, though, and I think I'm going to say for Ultra there, not too bad of a result in the end of things. You spawn way out. You have the opportunity to find the break, you do so. Yes, okay, you might end up losing overall in that first rotation of hills, but you brought it back there towards P4 when it wasn't looking likely.
Yeah, it feels like that was a pivotal moment in the game, right? They lose that hard point, they lose full control to Kaya Nation, and they'll find themselves, again, it's not insurmountable. You've seen crazier comebacks here in Call of Duty on hardpoint, but still, it becomes much more difficult to do once you've lost that. So good effort from Ultra there. They're able to hang on towards this game. The 25-point gap and growing once again for Kaya Nation, who are in control of the hill. Tabasyn with the claw inside is going to be trying to keep Ultra at bay. Yoju looking for top control as well. For the kill. Yes, he will find it versus Galex, but there are more on the way from Ultra. The cavalry has arrived. Shane will find a couple of kills. Ultra flying straight back in towards the time. Still a lot to get here for the back 30.
And I think if we're just to cast our minds back to that P4, as these two teams do really scrap it out in the middle of the map, I think both teams invested a hell of a lot to make sure they got something over towards the P3 there. And if I'm honest, I want to say that the investment from Ultra was maybe just that little bit better, investing themselves in finding some kills here over towards the middle of the map, and all of a sudden this game is getting a lot closer. 5 seconds remaining at P1. P2 rotation is going to start coming through. Ultra on the prime position side of things for P3 and in control of the hill.
Big hard point here for Ultra. Zerg and Shane combining for 3, so they're already winning some of these opening engagements. And again, reminder that they are on the right side of the map right now for that inevitable rotation over by P2. So real opportunity here for Ultra to swing things in their favor. They have to make sure they win every single gunfight though, and Tabasyn has other ideas. Over the top he goes for a couple of kills. Is he going to get number 3? No, he does not. Shane denies with a 2-piece of his own, but Kaya Nation nonetheless have still managed to find their way through. It's John Stack with the equalizers here. They're going to try and push Ultra out. He's doing a stellar job at keeping these guys away from the hard point, even if he's actually picking up some kills himself. But still, look at the carnage right now of players on the new map from Kaya Nation. They are getting some favorable spawns, but Ultra are already starting to push in from behind. Kills now for Kaya Nation. Again, they are keeping an eye on those spawns for new, and yeah, big kill coming through from High Hearts there to make sure they do get it.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on the minimap myself, and that was huge. Looked like a 50-50 gunfight that he just about wins out from. 10 seconds remaining here on the old hill. Ultra are going to be here, but they're about to be surrounded. There's a big fight going on over towards the back. I think it was actually won by the side of Kaya again. So all of a sudden, what was looking like not too bad of a rotation, these gunfights are just not going the way. Wonderful play coming in from Kaya Nation. There's a full 60 on offer here if you can hold this down.
Big moment in this game once again for Kaya Nation. Could really make the lead untenable for Ultra. Ultra now trying to come around the backline here. A couple of players. Gaelic's already making his position known. Obviously has the support of LeBron with the Annihilator as well. LeBron's only going to find one before being shut down. Push around the front also goes unsuccessful. But keep an eye on player number 5 around the backline. White Tribe has the Sparrow out. Is only going to find one. Now plays through the front for Ultra. Dixis goes for the drop shot and finds that kill. Next up is going to be Tabasyn around the backline here. And again, those claw bullets do bounce, and those players are about to find out the hard way if they didn't already know. Kaya Nation here are pushing Ultra away from the hard point. We said this is a big hard point. Tabasyn just continues the tear as well. We said this was a huge hard point, and now you're starting to see why. 100-point deficit now, and it's growing again. Now it feels like an insurmountable amount.
Oh, it was 20-point game by the time we headed over into the second rotation, and Ultra have just let this one slip. Last time around, they kept things scrappy. They kept it close. They absolutely need every single second they could possibly get here as we head over towards P4, but there will be plenty more to play for if they can hold down some time here. They had a good time at P1, just didn't convert it into anything. P2 to 3 was an absolute disaster. And now you've got to defend against, well, a little bit of utility available now for the side of Kaya Nation, and nearly a 100-point lead. It's starting to be cut down just ever so slightly. Ultra still in control, but Kaya's starting to close the net.
Starting already getting behind the enemy lines here. Dixis will fall around the back line, so that's a good start for Ultra, and they're also winning the gunfights towards the hill, but nonetheless, Kaya Nation have managed to break on through. Ultra, once again, starting to close in with those back spawns. They should be able to get back through, and they will. Still players hanging about, though. iHeart's going to be one of them. He will slide out for a couple of kills, surely. Not able to find any more than that. LeBron will deny for a couple, but the fact that Kaya Nation continue even able to test this time is quite concerning for Ultra, who now against a Kaya Nation squad that are just 30 points away from victory, cannot afford to give up a single rotation. Feels like they might have already done that. Kaya Nation in towards new.
Shoe on the other foot, though. Ultra have closed that gap, and they've done a really good job over towards P1. Rotation will work out in their favor. What was a 100-point lead? Now it's sitting still at around 60. A lot of work still to be done, but you're in a much better position than you potentially were. But now all of a sudden, Opera is starting to come into use, and this is where you really do separate the best from the worst, and can they manage to make this count for them? Y-Try is the only one who can answer back with a kill. Calyx will be there for one. John, though, has been so influential for the squad, not quite leading the way. That's going to be Tavizin. Can't find anything else himself, so it has to be investment here from Ultra to keep themselves in the game. Kaya Nation still only 25 away. Can see those War Machine bullets coming from a mile away. Hard's making them count. Kaya Nation in control of the hill for now.
That's just an awkward situation, isn't it, for Ultra here in this situation. Tavizin once again trying to piece up, and he finds 3 in a row. Shane will not be the 4th here, but he is going to be weak enough that John Snack should be able to finish it off, and he will. Contestant from Ultra will stop Kai Nation from closing things out on this hard point regardless of what happens, but I was about to say, really difficult decision making from Ultra on the whole there. They had no choice but to bring out all of their operators, throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at that hill to stop Kai Nation getting that time, and it still failed. Now they've got nothing besides the annihilator of a bomb going towards Nu, and he's already found one.
He's found a couple. LeBron is just going to wipe them all out, apparently. Oh my goodness, they all line up, and he finds more than a few. They find themselves still quite some time behind. But another 25 seconds, you break 200 points, and all of a sudden you start to bring it back, but then you see those kills coming through and know that this game may well be done. Didn't quite get a read on where the pressure was starting to come from. Inside the point is Kaya Nation. You got to do something with your Galax. It's not looking likely. Kaya Nation looking to close out here in map number 1. Comfortable game. They'll take it away, and what was just a really good hold at P3 last time around, we see it on the second rotation, gives them that humongous lead, and from there for Ultra it is a very long road back, a road that they did start to tread on but could not quite get that gap closed. All in all, a relatively, I want to say close-ish map number 1, but Ultra always felt like they were a beat behind.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was a slight advantage for the first set, right? I mean, for basically the entirety of the game, I'd say until like 60-70% of the way through, it was a 30 to 40 point advantage. And Ultra, they kept them close. They were winning rotations when needed to. They were holding close against Kai Nation when required. But as you said, sometimes it is literally just one hard point that can split the difference between these two teams. And that is absolutely what happened here. It was on that second set. We went over towards P3. Kai Nation on all the rotational battles. Ultra just could not break regardless of what they tried to get in towards that hard point. And that was the moment where it was like, yep, Kai Nation, you have just won this game unless you phenomenally slip up, and they just didn't. Sometimes it happens like that. Ultra can be happy with themselves that they're able to hold close for, again, the entirety of the game, but this was the hill to split.
Yeah, and it can be the difference maker. P3, we always talk about it. It is massively important. They could not quite get the job done. Looking over towards it though, LeBron had a couple of good moments, in fairness to him, putting the time in on the board in terms of impact, very much there for the top of his team in the MVP for them. But looking at Tavizin as well, fantastic performance from him. But yeah, LeBron doing some good stuff with the Annihilator. I want to say had a relatively decent game, but unfortunately it is that P3 difference, right? You see the break that came through towards the beginning and they made it count. I think for a lot of players it is about sort of saving those operators for the sort of opportune moment, and that seemed to be the case there for Kaya Nation. Find themselves 1-0 up, and deservedly so in this series.
Sure, well, Kai Nation proved to be the better team in Hardpoint, but he will prove to be the better team in Search and Destroy, because Fire and Range Search and Destroy is up next. And this is always one of those interesting ones, because I think of all the Search and Destroy maps, this is always the one that feels like it exposes teams for how slow they can be, right? And I think very often in these open qualifier settings, I think in particular, you see teams really start to feel themselves, maybe not so much have formulated strategies, they kind of just run and gun at the opposition, and that aggression can define the way games go. I'm curious to see the depth of strategy that we see from these teams, right? Are we going to see that kind of, all right, well, we're just going to run at the opposition through the middle of the map mentality, or are we going to see something a little bit more formulated?
Well, I mean, sometimes I think, you know, when you're not too sure what the opposition's going to be like, that rushing tactic can kind of work to kick things off. But I am a big advocate, maybe because I'm now 32, that it is more the slow player. I do like to say, look, I am getting old, mate. I don't necessarily look it. I will say that. I blow my own trumpet in that sense. But at the same time, I think, you know, seeing that slow, methodical play is always a nice thing to see. You know, you really do see, you get the cogs whirring a little bit in your head and you sort of understand where the teams are coming from. But maybe at a lower level, you do sometimes just see those bang outs over towards a point, and that's always super exciting as well. Does it necessarily lend itself towards one way or another, Fire and Range? It can go different directions. Look, you would think Fire and Range, Search and Destroy hell on at all times. That's not always the case. It is very much one of those, it can be more methodical, I want to say. You know, you do see teams sort of play it a little bit in a certain kind of way, especially snipers coming out. People don't want to peek their heads out. People don't want to get caught because they know the numbers advantage can really make a difference. Teams have styles. We'll start to figure those styles out as things go on here in the search and destroy.
Yeah, to be honest, I think, at least from my perspective, again, from what we've seen over the last couple of seasons of SPS since we joined, it feels like the strategy with Fire and Search and Destroys begins and ends with what do the offensive setups look like, right? You know, how do these guys approach the bomb site? Because actually holding on towards a bomb site is relatively easy, I want to say, right? Once you're into the bomb site, once you've got the bomb down, things become a lot easier to win out the round. So really, it comes down to what do the offenses look like? And for Kai Nation right off the start here, things look a little bit uncertain. They want to draw that first blood before they move forward, but this is always a very dangerous strategy. And the reason it's a dangerous strategy is you allow players like LeBron and Shane to get into these power positions where they effectively have full control over A.
It's giving up that map control, isn't it? Like it's sometimes why I don't like the picks play where you're sort of sitting back waiting for a mistake to be made. And that might be it. John Stack will find out up here against Shane. So now all of a sudden you can see in the bottom left corner, Kai Nation's just starting to converge on this site. Why try? Well, you're going to have to realistically find something here with the Tundra. Watching over a couple of different places. You can see the utility in the minimap starting to come out as well. Smoke's coming down. Why try? Fantastic snap on the Dix, and all of a sudden there's a 4 versus 4. Good shots and ambitious ones coming through the middle of the map. Gets caught out though. Tavozen finding 2. All of a sudden, we're down to a 2 versus 2. That bomb, not quite down yet, but the opportunity is there. The flank came through from Ultra. Can they make it count?
Yeah, map has effectively flipped here, and I do wonder whether Kai Nation want to try and rotate that bomb away towards B. At the moment, I think they're uncertain. They're just waiting for somebody for Ultra to make that first push through. Things will calm for a moment here. Again, if they do choose to push over towards B, they might be found out depending on what the timing looks like. Nope, not anymore. Zerg pushes to move over towards A. So that bomb will now be able to make its way over towards B. And now the next question is, how quickly do they do this? They should be able to get the bomb down, but they have to make the decision fast.
Looks like they are going to have that opportunity, and it will go down. A commitment here for Ultra over towards A. I hate to tell you guys that they are very much not that. That bomb is down over towards B. Alex will check over towards this side. Not expecting anybody over this close, but then this is the problem. How far have they extended out? Have they sat tight? That's decisions that have to be made by Ultra as you're making your way there. 25 seconds about to ring through. And time is already not on your side. Need to find something here very, very quickly.
It's going to be a split push from Ultra. Rhinos at the same time. John Orr draws that first blood. Leaves Zerg in a very awkward spot here. Goes for the challenge, and John has the better of him with the pistol. Big rotation coming up from Kai Nation, and I think they really won that round, basically trading things out inside the caravan, inside that cabin. As soon as I think it was Tavozen that managed to get both of those gunfights, they got full site control. It was very difficult for Ultra to win the round there on out.
It's always a bit tough, isn't it? And now a little bit of a different approach coming through here from Kai Nation. Are you going to be ready for it? It's now all of a sudden a 2-for-2 trade, making it a 3 versus 3. But Kai Nation have found themselves in a relatively decent spot, but look at this immediate flank coming through and immediately answered back. Yoju coming through with the kill. 3 versus 2 in favor of Kai Nation, who do just look the stronger roster here, Brody.
That is a perfect read from Yoju. Immediately found out was Zerg on that flank. Now Chal out towards the site. That's the one thing you didn't want to let happen because your one advantage with the Kai Nation did not have the bomb on site. Now they do. So it's going to go down. Ultra once again.
Hold on.
Now in a 2 versus 2. Why try is somehow going to get that kill versus Tavozen. So it's going to force Kai to split the forces just a little bit. But again, it's getting in towards this area right now. That's the biggest problem.
Got to be a flank, but that's going to be watched by Hards. He's going to be after watching it from inside of American. Doesn't find the shots though. Why try finds the shots, and Shane will slide around the corner. Yoju gets his head ripped off. And Ultra, phenomenal retake. But Why tries the one that does the business inside of American. You've got an R9 there. If you're Hards, you can't be losing those.
How has that happened? I know the Tundra is really OP. All right, I know that. I recognize that. Everyone, you don't have to be saying it right now in the YouTube chat. But at the same time, iHards did have the R9, and that is inarguably one of the best weapons in COD Mobile. You should not be losing that ever. Oh, you're going to be kicking yourself. Regardless, Ultra able to take that round. And now we're back in a very familiar situation. Ultra not quite as aggressive as they were back in that round number 1, but Kai Nation in a very similar spot again, trying to feel things out before making that move.
Yeah, I think if you're thinking of opportune moments to win a round, you think to yourself, bomb down at A. I'm an American with an R9. Like, that's up there as some of the best positions that you can be in. To throw it away to the Tundra as well, it's one that may well sting, and has it been stinging for the past 30 seconds or so as we are delving into this round. Not much going on here for the side of Kai Nation, looking to try and find a pick. Not going to find it. Y-Try is there again. The sniper from this guy has been strong so far. Yoji will be able to answer back. Hard's now on his way over towards that A side. That seems to be the one that has been picked. One player's won over towards B, but the presence from Ultra is here, and Y-Try again. Another kill coming through. It's 5 for the game so far over 3 rounds.
You know what? I respect this from Kai Nation. Big brass ones to still hit this A site, despite the fact that you've lost the vast majority of your numbers and you continue to do so. Tavazin will trade out, but again, things go from bad to worse here for Kai Nation. 2 versus 3. Flank is fast approaching. You've lost your bomb planter. Tavazin, mate. Good luck, have fun. 1 versus 3, and there is no escape route safe enough. Ultra systematically take them down.
It's minimum of 4 in the round from Y-Try. That phenomenal work with a sniper who can just, I mean, if you've got a good sniper on this map, it can really make the difference. We've seen John Snack find a couple of picks here for Kai Nation, but Ultra doing the business via Y-Try. So this is now where you just take the snipers out of the equation. You rush down the middle of the map. Dix will find 1 and 2 inside of American. John Shack will be there to just about clean things up, and now the aggression continues. Y-Try still alive, has Zerg in tow. Both with a sniper rifle in their hands. We'll be watching for the cross. Don't you dare peek it. You have done. All of a sudden, it's a 2 versus 2.
That's how slow he peeks it as well, right? It's just like, hey, would you like my shoulder? Is your shoulder not good enough? Yeah, you can have my chest as well. Why not? Free kill for a Y-Try, who's having a phenomenal game of search and destroy thus far. Nade over the top will actually not go over. Tavazin will take Y-Try out of the equation. So now all that's left is Zerg sat inside wood and having to make a bit of a run to get towards this site. The good news, I suppose, is these players have managed to camp up towards together. Zerg finds 1. Surely not away. Surely not again. Tavazin here trying to outplay him with a movement, and will do so using his SMG to his advantage. But my goodness me, not another R9 play.
Always seems to be the way. This time it wasn't, though. Kai Nation do hold it down there. That got a little bit scary for a second with the 1v1 coming through, but they will find themselves around here. And look at this, a little bit different coming through from Ultra. Definitely different tactics being thrown out there. I think, you know, you've had Y-Try doing well. He's switched his position up. You wouldn't do him through the wall like this, would you, Yoju? Yes, you would. You've had a little look. Hans will find 1 over towards the middle of the map under Zerg. Utility being used as well in towards Tin. Not going to land. Love the addition, by the way, in terms of what we get to see in terms of the utility.
Sometimes we get pampered, mate. Sometimes.
Not that often.
Well, Yoji's already been campered in this round. He's already found that second blood. Kai Nation well to the advantage. I like the response from Shane to move all the way forward towards wood to try and press the issue. Unfortunately, he doesn't find any value. And now the world is their oyster. Right, for Kai Nation, you have a wealth of options as to how you want to play this round.
Yeah, from this kind of position now, you are in the driving seat firmly. Galax inside of American, bomb going down over towards B.
Bomb has been planted.
You have every single site to run into here for Galax. It's a case of, well, find anything, that will be a bonus. Not even going to find 1 Dix with another really good SMG kill up close and personal. And now all of a sudden, Kai Nation starting to not quite dominate, but they are very much getting themselves back into this game. As soon as Y-Try is taken out of the equation here, Ultra seem to have very little to offer.
The enemy has the bomb.
See whether this is just a very good offense or a bit of a weak defense from Ultra. But already at the start of this round, we're seeing trades galore, and immediately Kai Nation reduced down to the last remaining player. John Snacker has just been found out, didn't quite spot Y-Try on that push in a very fast and furious round. Sometimes it does just come down to button heads in the middle of the map. Ultra win out.
Yeah, and when you're not necessarily having the best of times over the last 2 rounds, those are the kind of rounds that you absolutely want and need.
The enemy has the bomb.
So now a time to change things over. I suppose 3 for 3. Have we got any indication of how things are going? Oh, I mean, Tavizon now has an indication of where the hell everybody is. Yoju finds 2, though.
Jeez.
And all of a sudden, it will shut things down, make it 3. He's working on the ace here, all on his own over towards B. And they cower in fear. LeBron has now managed to stay around. Dix is now going to go in for the flank. Is going to get caught off guard. But my God, Yoju. 8 kills in the game. 3 of the finest there in round number 7.
That is absolutely wild. Yoju almost single-handedly, I mean, I would argue he did single-handedly win that round for Kai Nation. So difficult to get onwards of sight when you've got a competent sniper facing you down. Ultra felt that firsthand there. Great first defense coming up from Kai Nation, and the strats are mostly the same here. Once again, it is Yoju over towards B, but changing a strat here for Ultra. Now, the interesting thing is, for Kai Nation, they have nobody inside American, so nobody's watching the cross. They've got one player sat inside the caravan. That's going to be Dix here, who does get found out by Zerg, but Dix is going to win that fight, and crucially, that was the bomb planter, so that is an immediate trade required. John Stack goes to trade things out. LeBron finds a massive 2-piece, and once again, nobody was watching that cross, so they've got full control over A.
Oh, Tavizon, yeah, caught off guard. Shane with a good shot, and all of a sudden, Yoju left on his own. Found 3 in the previous round. We'll need to do the same here and also defuse a bomb. Difficult position, but he has a Tundra, so anything is possible.
It's worth saying you should know where this player is if you're Ultra, right? You know that Yoju last round was located over towards the B site, so you're going to know, hey, it's probably going to be coming from tires or bathroom. I guess all through the middle of the map. There's a couple of different options. Still, that nade over the top should give them information. Yeah, you can see why try and Galex turning their head somewhat. Yoju's still going to get a good look here at the former of those 2 shots. Going to hit the second one. Surely not enough time. No, Galex is not going to allow it, but Yoju almost does some disgusting things. And yeah, big round coming out from Ultra. And I will say, although they earned it, they were almost gifted A-site control. I'd like Kai Nation to have a little bit more of a grip over the A-site next time.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there. Can get a little bit mixy at times, but don't win your gunnies, don't win the round. Utility heading out on a couple of different angles. 2 players over towards the B side. The Zerg is going to unalive himself, which is never ideal. So Ultra heading over towards A, and there is a little bit more control now from Kai Nation. Keep an eye on Dex. I mean, he has been fantastic up close and personal with the SMG in hand. Will find another. Has just been indomitable when he does find these positions. Well, I mean, not apart from that time, LeBron's going to find 2. Tavizon is there to answer back, and the switchblade just working out perfectly for LeBron. Now all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2. Instant flank coming in. Why try? Oh, buddy, you gotta hit those shots. We've seen some fantastic ones from both you and Yoju, but Yoju gets the better of you this time. That's a round that Y try would want back.
Yeah, sometimes you whiff. You know, sometimes you think you're going to hit the shot and it does not go your way. And why try, despite a phenomenal performance in this Search and Destroy so far, half of the course for Tundra players on Fire and Range Search and Destroy. Not quite there in that round. Massive 1 versus 1 that Yoju then converts to a second kill on the site. Now and towards this round, again, aggression towards A is counteracted by sniper presence once more. And that first blood is going to leave them somewhat stranded. Have to rethink the way that they want to play this round. And they're even more suppressed than normal as well. It's worth saying that Yoju isn't just sitting over by B. He's already pushed all the way up towards jungle's side, and that's going to make things even more difficult for Ultra now. He's got another
closing that net. And sometimes the fish are biting back, and that is going to be the case now for Shane. He is going to find one over towards that A side. Still a little bit of presence inside of American, so does make things a little bit more difficult. Yoju is running this game. My goodness, him and Y-Try going beat for beat, but this time around it is going to be Yoju who wins out. Y-Try still with 11 kills and still alive in this round. Shane has now found himself up and towards this A site, and yeah, Dick's just not reading this. Nobody holding it down hard. Please, for the love of God, turn around. Where are the comms? All of a sudden, Shane has found 2 kills, and it's a 2v2.
I'm just going to call that for what it is. That is a phenomenal failure in map control and communication. Total meltdown. And now you've given Ultra an opportunity to get into this round. I mean, they've got full control over A. They've got the players in the power positions as well. They're obviously going to have to be a little bit careful that nobody comes on the flank, but I don't think Yoju is going to be doing that for quite some time. Ultra have been gifted an opportunity to steal a round away, and I do literally mean steal. And they win it though. Big 1v1 over by Caravan. Tavizon just going to wait patiently, and Shane is not anywhere near as patient. Finds Tavizon, and again, you know where Yoju is going to be. know where he's been in this round previously. Try and act on that information. Yoju over the top. That's an shot from American. Good recognition and very, very good communication coming up from Ultra. Something that apparently just isn't there for Kaya.
Yeah, you're just not holding it down. You're in a 4v2 situation. Shane makes the play though. Props to be given where it's needed. Ultra do make the play. Shane straight down the A side and just says, right, okay, let's see what we can do here. A lot of utility being used over towards that B side. Gonna start zoning off some players. Tabazin has slowed down ever so slightly. Yoju's gonna get cut down, so yeah, maybe there is the main guy you have to worry about no longer here to play. Now Dick's going to try and hold this down from the close angle. Has Tavazin with him as well. John Stack will get taken down the other side with a potential player who could potentially here on the flank, but Dix makes the move, and all of a sudden Tavazin is there to back him up. They know exactly where Y-Try is, and you've got the bomb. This is not a losable round if you are Kaya Nation, surely.
Yeah, you say that. Y-Try is already with 1 this round, so add that to the tally. But he has a bit of time, so he doesn't really need to force the issue just yet. He can garner information for a little bit. One thing I don't want to see is Kaya Nation just giving up angles. COD timing is a hell of a bad mother. Well, Y-Try get some good timing on his side. I don't know what he's doing. Is he thinking that someone's going to flank through wood? Or is this just a... they're not going to do that. They're inside the site, mate. They're not flanking you.
It's a tough situation. You just maybe have to hope for a slip up. But at 5-5, you need to make sure these moments count. We are still running here. Just taking his time, nice and slow. Needs to catch one and then just anticipate the best way he can. Yeah, they heard it. Dick's now on his way over to help his teammate Albert Tavozin. It's just holding this angle down. Should be no problem whatsoever. Kaya Nation bring one back somehow, some way. I think you got to give a huge shout out to Dix in that sort of situation. Finds 2 towards the backside. Spins round. SMG and Handy has been dangerous. Hasn't found a load of kills, but the ones that he has done have been important. Kaya Nation on defense to close out map number 1. Oh, map number 2, I should say, and the series.
Yep. 1 round away from eliminating Ultra. Utility galore over the top. How much of it is actually going to land on towards anything? Well, that's information for Ultra that nobody's actually inside the site, so that's some good news. What's not good news is the fact they've already lost LeBron out of the round. And once again, that same kind of situation we've been in before, right? Where Kaya Nation are starting to suppress them in this situation. Players pushed up.
Yoju getting aggressive through the middle of the map. There could be a gunfight about to go down here. He's caught dead to right, surely, but Dix is there for the cover. John Snag will find another one. And Ultra need to find another huge moment. Yoju just now starting to close the gap. Y-Try should be dead to right, and that is a clean wipe from Kaya Nation. Not just in the series, but in the round as well. 2-0. The job is done. And they will advance on to losers bracket round number 2. They will have their chance to make it to the challenge season.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit, at least from my perspective, like Kaya Nation won that one from the 3 rounds they're able to take around the offense early on, right? I mean, just stealing those ones away from Ultra situations they're able to get them just gave them a much better foothold going in towards their defense. Because let's be honest, there it does feel like a little bit on the defense that Ultra, I mean, on the offense, excuse me, Ultra again in this situation, so maybe they just weren't able to close out rounds, but for the most part, they were not the ones making the vast majority of mistakes. And Kaya are very lucky that they were able to perform as well as they were in the first few rounds. And we're going to see those once again there. Kaya Nation able to close things out on the back half of that search and destroy. I will say, partially down to the fact that Yoju was as dominant as he was. I think he finishes with like 15 kills or something ridiculous like that.
All right, well, we made it through match number 2. We're waiting to see what our teams would do with that. It looks like Kaya Nation, like you guys said, managed to send that one home in a pretty quick 2-0 fashion. We got a little bit closer in the S&D, but Kaya lives to see another step in this bracket process and see if they can maybe nail down one of those spots in our challenge season. So we'll have to see what happens with them. We also have a bunch of other matches that are still happening in the background as well. And don't forget, if you're just joining us, Tribe was the very first match of the day that we watched, and they were able to take out Pollos Locos. And now we're getting a chance to look at the bracket here. And you'll notice that this bracket is the second half of kind of what we're seeing. So Tribe, after beating Pollos Locos, you can see there on the upper bracket, will end up going up against truly a team that we've seen previously in other seasons here, Brody.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good matchup. Now, it's worth saying that Truly roster has changed quite a little bit. We've got Codeine, Haxus, and Forsaken returning from last season, joining up with Hi and H+, I believe. Whether or not those changes are for the better is a different question entirely, and they're going to have to be for the better because they are going against a Tribe roster that, from what we saw early on today, Lauren, are on form.
Absolutely. And if you're wondering if that means we get to watch them, we do. They'll be the next matchup that we see, our round 2 upper bracket when we come back from a break, which means whoever wins that round 2 upper bracket match will be one of the teams that will clinch a spot in the challenge season. And you know, Tribe absolutely has their sights set on doing that as quickly and easily as possible. But don't forget, anyone that's still in that upper bracket can drop down and still have a second opportunity to fight their way through the lower bracket and see if they can still make it on in the competition. So still lots of gameplay in store today for everybody at home and for all of our teams as well, as they continue to try and see if they can eventually make their way through to champs. That's what everybody's really fighting for, okay? And obviously NA is one of those regions that's often quite competitive and very difficult to find your way out of. So we'll have to see what our teams are still bringing to the table here in Open Finals, as we still have a very long ways to go. Before we get into match number 3 on the day, though, it's time for another short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we're about to get into our third match of the day. At least that's been live here on the broadcast, and we're bringing back Tribe to play again, except this time they're going to be going up against Truly. We mentioned it before the break. Truly is a team name that we've seen before in SPS seasons past, but once again, as is kind of customary now in all of our seasons, there are constantly roster shakeups every time we get back into a new challenge season, and this time here is our Truly roster here, Brody, nice and refreshed.
Yeah, so again, I mentioned it before we went to the break. They've made some roster changes. You guys might remember Forsaken, Hax, and Codeine from last season. They played alongside Yawn, Space, and Lethal. And back in Season 4, they were basically like the 4th place team. They were never really competitive with the top 3 teams. They had some close maps, mind you, but they were able actually to take a map away. So they've kind of replenished the roster somewhat. Hi and Twisted Tip are the new roster, the new players coming through this season. Is that going to be an improvement, though, is the question for me, because some of the players they've lost, looking at Space and Yawn in particular, I think are going to be tough losses to take. So really, a lot of questions around this roster. Are they finally going to be able to challenge those top 3 teams?
Yeah, and obviously going up against those top 3 teams in one single roster ton. I mean, we watched Tribe start off the day pretty strong. They're looking good. We'll get the map picks up here as well, and we can kind of talk about it a bit.
Yeah, no, this is a real test for Truly now heading into it. They know that this will be a test potentially over the season. If they do make it, we do presume they will do so. Of course, though, is it going to be at this stage? That's going to be a hard one. Standoff going to be coming in for the hard point, Search, Destroy, Firearm Range, Raid, Control. Nothing really to write home about. Very, very standard when it does come across the board, as far as we like to see. Look, I think it's always going to be a difficult one. Truly, I fully expect to make it. Will they make it in this fashion though up against Tribe? I'm not too sure. But Tribe, I honestly feel, especially in the hard point, will have to be a little bit better. Like, they didn't necessarily, of course, everyone will look at it and see how they did play in that very first series. And okay, it was comfortable. This will be a lot more competitive. They will need to be at the races here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's worth saying as well, when we reference that hard point, last season Truly were pretty competitive in hard point. It was probably their best shot at winning series, winning games against those top teams, even if they were not able to do so, to the point where I believe they actually finished the season with a positive differential in terms of points, right? So I do think that that is where they're going to be in this series. But again, whether or not the new roster has changed things a little bit is a different story altogether. Now, I will say here, looking towards the Raid Control, that's an interesting pick for this one, because last season Seminole, I know again, it's kind of apples to oranges comparison, but Seminole were flawless in Raid Control. It was their strongest control map by far, whereas you look towards that Truly roster, and while it was the only map they played in Control, they didn't play either of the other maps for some reason, they still went like 2-5 in it. So an interesting one to look at, I think, when you compare what the 2 teams are going to be looking like towards the end of that series.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's difficult about the Open Finals, is that we don't have anything to reference really except the previous season, and things have changed so drastically, whether that's with rosters or even on our side of things with the tournament when it comes to different map mode combinations and different maps at all. So it's always kind of, you're just shooting in the dark here, trying to figure out what's going to happen. But I'm ready to see exactly how it's all going to play out. Everybody at home in chat, let us know your thoughts as well, and who you think is going to be taking home match number 3, because it is about ready to go. So Tribe versus Truly, let's get it underway.
Alrighty, this should be a close matchup with Tribe taking on Truly roster that, again, we assume has been upgraded, but I mean, you know what they say to assume is to do. We don't know at the end of the day whether or not this is going to be a close matchup or not, but it is worth saying last season, again, Tribe truly were the Mont of North America, I think is the best way to label them, right? Again, you know, they were better than the rest by quite a margin, but could never really touch those top 3 teams, and that's what they're aiming for this season.
And look, you would argue as well, if you look at this Tribe roster, it is a very tough one to go up against. Have you made the right improvements in your roster for Truly? Has to be the question that we hopefully will find the answer out of at the end of this one. Standoff, Hardpoint, an absolute classic to a certain degree. Let's see how it is going to go down and see if the side of Tribe can continue their luck. I mean, you know, I kind of alluded to it. I think they're going to have to be a little bit fundamentally better than they were in that first game, but how seriously were they taking their opposition? They will have to take Truly very, very seriously.
Indeed, they will. I don't think truly are to be underestimated whatsoever. So you're seeing names here on the lead. I'm not too sure who is who. I'll be honest. There's a lot of names that have changed. Hax is the only one apparently that actually has their original name and maybe Hi. So we'll have to find out who is who. But we're going to call them by their in-game names for the rest of this one. Regardless, they are going to be against a tribe roster that you guys saw back in game number 1 that looked relatively janky at points in hard points, so we'll see whether or not that's going to befall them here. For the moment, though, at the beginning of this game, truly are being competitive. You see Bryson there picking up a couple of kills. Looking for the last 20 seconds here. Vague with the R9, though, a problem earlier on today. And, well, he is going to be a problem. He's going to help Tribe get back to that.
Solid as ever. There's a rotation over towards P2 coming in 8 seconds. You're on the right side of things. If you are on the side of Tribe, and we'll want to continue that. But the spawn's over towards the backside now. Going to come in from Truly. As far as the kills coming down, though, Bryson's the only one who has been able to answer back, and answer back he has. 8 kills in a row for him. Predator missile gained. Quick 1-2 from Hax up top as well. Rotation coming through, and Vig just says absolutely not, as he often does. Spawn's there, very, very close for both these two teams. Who's going to come out on Tribe? Currently leading. 45 seconds to play for. He has some really good time on the board and continuing to soak it up.
The thing is with this hill, though, is truly you're always going to get those close spawns, be it bottom red or even around the back alley here. Truly, you're going to get another chance, and it won't take them long before their attempt to get back in towards the hill. Already, they're trying to remove every single player from the hill. Tribe forced to back up towards the stairs inside, and immediately they are going to be removed as Hax picks up a couple of kills. Bryson around the back line will clear a Ballo out and pick up Washi as well. That's 3 in a row for them. Truly, you're looking for the back 20 seconds here through the smoke. Maybe Hi can do anything. No, Envy's going to shut that player down. So still a couple of players in. Vague's going to bring that Predator missile down here as the scrap time goes Truly away. And I feel like that entire exercise there with that Predator missile is to A, just clear out Truly for this rotation, and B, garner information as to where Truly are going to attack this hill.
They're attacking this hill very, very quickly. They are. Transition was looking fantastic until Raballo. They shut that one down in the middle of the map, and that is a really nice wipe to try and find. They know where Potan is as well. What? Apparently not, because he just span on Teabag. All of a sudden, the break is now potentially going to be on the cards. Washi's the only one who can answer back. They set up, they took a lot of time to get a hold of this, and it's looking like they are going to hold it down. A momentary scare there for Tribe, but 40 seconds remaining, in a good position to soak up the majority of that now.
This is very difficult to hold just because, again, how solid those back spawns can be. Tribe now starting to utilize some of their operators as well. You're seeing Raballo with the War Machine, Teabag there momentarily with the Sparrow as well. Haxis is actually going to be able to get close. Hax, excuse me, is going to be able to get close with the equalizers, and he finds 3. Big utilization of the equalizers coming up from Haxis. He finds a 4th as well. Zolf and Hi are there for more kills, and truly should be able to grab the back 15 seconds. But I don't think you're necessarily lamenting that fact if you're Tribe. Yeah, you wanted a full hold. Yeah, you wanted a solid lead against Truly, but you do have control of the rotation for now until Powerpound does exactly this. Also finds another kill with the War Machine, and almost gives his team an opportunity to get in towards the next hub.
It feels like Truly are keeping pace, but they always seem a minor step behind at this moment in time. But luckily for them, Tribe have never really been able to exert that pressure. Are they going to be able to do it here, though? It feels like rotations have belonged to them. The opportunities have been there to find some good time. But Truly are trying their best to try and shut this down. Good positioning coming in from Envy. He's going to find a second on his right-hand side. Potan will find one through the middle of the map, though. Him and Bryson have been fantastic so far, but truly it has been Bryson. 19 kills for him so far on the board. Momentarily, we're inside of the point, but Tribe giving just about holding this down. Kills in their favor, locking it in. Hi will eventually fall inside of the point, so they will have to retreat back onto this, but Envy just trying to hold this down. Tribe with their first decent lead, I want to say, of the game so far.
It certainly does feel like it. Again, though, it is tentative. Truly can still fight in for this time, and they certainly still are for now, as I say that. It's a full yellow kill, so you can try and be able to take Truly again. But again, it is worth saying, right? The way that spawns work here on Stand Up Hardpoint is the Truly are going to continue hit this over and over and over again. They are spawning extremely close to that hardpoint. Bryson and Poatan are able to take advantage of that by removing the players that were inside from the hill. And yet still, Tribe are able to get the vast majority of time away. So again, a tentative lead as we get into the second set here, about 40 points or so. That could grow in Tribe's favor, but Truly, a lot of opportunities to close it, and Truly will win the flurry of gunfights over towards P1. There is that opportunity now.
When you see Vig going to the point with an R9, you just expect one outcome. The outcome was an actual trade, and speaking of R9, it was worked out from Hi as well, but Washi will be there to clean things up. Tribe Gaming now with 35 seconds remaining here on P1. Some decent opportunities to try and soak this up. Hard masonry work there, allowing Washi just to get the gap. We'll just hold this one down. Bryson again, though, has really been the linchpin for the side of Truly. His 25 kills, though, are not enough to stop Tribe Gaming starting to extend that lead, starting to get a little bit of comfort now. 15 seconds remaining here at P1. They've soaked up the majority of that time.
Yeah, so that was an opportunity for Truly to come back in the game and close the gap between themselves and Tribe. Well, I think Tribe have taken that the other way and have taken the opportunity to blow this game wide open. Their biggest lead yet. Now big gunfights already being made on the rotation. One being won by Envy. Babe's going to use the equalizers to win theirs over by the Haystacks as well. Tribe, a massive opportunity here in this game. Again, just like what we saw back in game number 1 today. Tribe now an opportunity to put a serious gap between themselves and Truly. And Envy's going to utilize the claw through the gas station. It's not actually connecting as many shots as you normally expect to see. Finally, it will for the second. Has to go towards his regular DRH for the third. He will not find that kill, but fortunately enough, Washi is there to trade things out. Now, Truly, what can they do? Can they get anywhere close by? No, not with the operators on hand for Tribe Gaming. And you know exactly where these players are. You've got all your players in the power positions to deal with them. Vague outside and basically is an operator with the R9 in his hand. All of these gunfights, besides maybe 1 or 2, are going Tribe's way.
So much investment from Tribe, though. And I think if you're Truly, you're looking at this investment and you are hoping you're going to be able to do the same thing when your operators are up, which should be coming in shortly, you would like to think. Unless some investment did come through during all of that foray over towards P2, but that is as perfect as you could possibly want if you are Tribe. Now heading over towards the next hill, you need a good lockdown, but those kills starting to come through are not the start you want, although that's turned on its head very, very quickly. Decent hold so far from Truly. This point is popping in 5, but the spawn for Washi. Did he get there on his own accord, or as he has just been blessed? The rest of the team now alongside with him. This is going to be a hard hold for Truly. Tribe Gaming can close it here.
Truly, though, winning all these initial gunfights, maybe Envy can do something on a bit of a solo play, taking shots all around. He does actually somehow manage to find a second kill. It takes Axe with the equalizers here to do some damage. Now just firing through the smoke for some more kills. He's going to have to wait now for the rest of the players to make their way around the corner, but he is there with a pre-fire power tan, also pre-fire, now the war machine from that area. Brilliant defense so far of this hard point. We said this was the hard point that Truly needed to close the gap, and they are doing such a good job. They are actually investing in his operators. I was about to ask, do they actually need to at this point, but now they are starting to come out in towards play. Tribe sending a couple of players close by. Vega's going to be the player, if anything, to do anything about this. No, great read from High. Gets the kill with his own R9. That is a perfect hard point from Truly, and they do it the exact way that you said, Tom.
And that's what they needed to do. It was 60 seconds answered back in 4th. P2 to P3, both teams exchanging it, and nobody really coming out with an advantage. But we go over towards a new hill, and now can it be done the same way once again here for Tribe? You need to be able to do something, though, if you're on the side of Truly. That's a equalize, sorry, a claw that will not be used to its best advantage. Now inside the point, though, can they hold it down? Kills starting to come through here from Tribe at the wrong time. If you're Truly, the break's starting to come through. Everybody dead. Bryson really has been the one, but he has pretty much been evaporated off the map. Now you're being forced away. 40 seconds to go here. Over towards P4. You can absolutely win it here if you're Tribe. You're 25 away.
Yep. This might be the dagger towards the end of this game. Envy's finding the kills toward the Haystacks as well. Again, a reminder, though, that Truly will get those close spawns, so Tribe will continue to be under fire here. Sparrow watching one door, Washi up top watching another as well. Tribe just need 10 seconds. They've got the operators to get it done. You can see it on the top right of your screens. They're starting to push the issue outside of the hard point as well. And this one is as good as done. Truly towards the end of the game. Just let it slip away from them.
Just fantastic holds across the board coming in for both two teams, but you just see Tribe just about get the better of it. For Truly, there was one really nice one over towards Grandmas, but ultimately it can't count if that's your only one. Fantastic job coming in from the side of Tribe. And again, it was just the utilization for me, and how often have we said it over last season, and now it will just sort of filter into the next. How much of a difference it makes the efficiency you find with those operators. And it really came to fruition over towards P2. That second time of asking, we've seen Tribe truly start to take over at that stage. Didn't mean for that pun to slip out, Brody. It's going to happen quite a lot. It's a word I use plenty. That really was a fantastic performance from Tribe. When you see that P2 rotation, you see them lock it in. Masterful in the way they dealt with that.
I feel like you've avoided that for a very long time, to be fair, mate.
No, it wasn't even intentional. That's the thing.
You were on NA playoffs last season. You didn't get to cast much of the regular season, so we didn't get to hear that come out too much. But now we're here seeing it full force. Truly Not the start they wanted to this series there. We got to do it every so often. Tribe, phenomenal start though. You talked about the operator usage coming out, I think particularly towards that P2 rotation on the second set, and that really was what split the difference. A 50-point advantage growing to a 100-point advantage that truly never really were able to close. Also helps when Ravallo puts down 37 kills.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. And again, look, I mean, as far as the outslay goes, you know, I know a lot of people like to talk about it, so I will in that sense. It's still quite decent, isn't it? Looking over towards it, there was towards the 30-point mark. I think if you look at Zolf and Hi, that's a tough game from them. Bryson really was leading the way, trying his best to get his team over the line. But ultimately, 35 and 22 with the 10 assists is not going to work out. Look, for Truly, I think it is the difference maker. You know, you think about 60 points and you think about how that game ended. It was comfortable. It was around 70, 80 towards 100. The difference in the end. That's the difference between what 30, 40 seconds that you get on a hill and the other team don't, right? I think it's sometimes a lot of people don't compute it when they're thinking about half point. The swing that can happen on a full 60. If you can get in there, find one good break, you're finding that full 60. All of a sudden, instead of being 90 behind, you are finding yourself 30 in front, right? It can swing that quickly in games. It is maths, but sometimes people don't do this maths. They think to themselves, all right, okay, it's only 10 or 15 seconds. No, that 10 or 15 seconds is 10 or 15 seconds the other team could have had. So it does equate to a lot more. I say, Brody, sometimes people just don't have this called brain. And it's, you know, it's a curse. It's a curse.
Yeah, I mean, it's a totally fair point, and you know, and I think it's a good point to mention regarding Truly's performance last season, right? That again, they were pretty competitive at hardpoint, and for the vast majority of those games that we saw versus the top teams, it was legitimately just one hill that would have made the difference, right? You know, and I think just given how closely competitive they were back in hardpoint back that season, it isn't really a stretch of imagination to say, hey, you know what, they could do that this season. They could make the improvements and actually start taking maps off these teams, and we saw those moments of promise there in that map number one. Those kind of differences where if they make changes moving forward, you know, again, on the assumption that they do qualify, because there's no guarantees just yet. This might be a qualification match, but again, Truly still have a way to go in this tournament. If they don't win this one, still, if they do qualify, we can see them making improvements moving forward. So looking good in hardpoint. In Search and Destroy, though, that is totally different gravy for these two teams. Again, a reminder that all of these players across their respective teams back in Season 4 for Tribe were phenomenal at Search and Destroy. So Truly are going to be up against it here.
Well, they are yet to lose a round of Search and Destroy today, so let's see if Truly can go a step further there.
Right. Incredible for me today. Quick maths, quick stats, love it.
Honestly, like, it's maybe at 3 AM, that's when my optimum performance comes out. Don't know what that says about me normally, but relevant of that. Truly now trying to play this one nice and slowly on the attacking side. Tribe happy to sit tight. Feels like, you know, they're happy to be very regimented when they need to be. Can be aggressive when necessary. And right now, patience is the name of the game for both these two teams. But Tribe Gaming are the ones who can be more patient on the defensive side. Truly yet to make a move, yet to find any information. See the nades coming out over towards A. That is not going to garner much. You can see no damage done across the board. So plan B, if you've got one, needs to start to come through very, very shortly.
I think that you know that if you're truly in this situation, you've got these players in these key power positions you need to take out. There's player number one. You need to get control of the Caravan. You do exactly that. Second kill also going down in favor of Poetan. Good reads on where these players are, but Envy will fire back, as will Teabag. So what was advantageous for Tribe now no longer is, or Truly, excuse me, now no longer is a 3 versus 3. The bomb is still going to be down though. Nade in towards the Caravan there. Teabag not going to land on towards anything. So you're going to have to get his hands a little bit dirty in this situation. Bryson, take Washy out through the middle of the map now. And for Tribe, all of this retake has to be through American side. Teabag gets a freebie on towards Bryson. Not surely a second on towards Hacks. No, he doesn't. But he will have just spotted out where both of those two players are. Envy knows. No choice but to just try and pre-aim. Perhaps a little diffuse fake, maybe. Nope, just taking some shots here. Envy trying to line them up in towards the site. He goes and he finds one kill, but will not find Hacks as well. Strength in numbers for Truly.
A really good job, because when you have those slow starts to your attacking rounds, it can be somewhat disheartening. The Hacks runs inside of Caravan and all of a sudden finds the gunny on the one player, opens up a site completely. This time around, they're not waiting for that opportunity. They're going for it straight out the gate. So fantastic shots into Washi. That will back them down. Still plenty of presence here from Tribe, but this bomb may well be going down sooner rather than later.
There's no presence here. The Tribe on site. Truly got the measure of him, and maybe T-Bag can trade things out. T-Bag's going to find one through the smoke. A good effort, and Zelf will offer him up for a second, but the trades are still falling in favor of Truly here. Envy's going to have to shuffle his way over towards A. Jump over did just spot out Hax, but I think Hax has also seen them, so Envy here, phenomenal sniper player, looking for an exit frag, not even going to get a chance. High is going to take them out with the R9. Lovely play from Truly to just force your way in towards a site.
I think the question now is of what Tribe have learned over those last 2 rounds is going to come into something to work out for them. It's looking like aggression again over towards this A side from the side of Truly. A lot of utility used towards the middle of the map. The smokes are down, and Zolf is quite happy to just waltz through the middle of it. The shots, oh, not clean enough. Rabalo will find one. High is there to find one, and the second. Rabalo already weak from that previous engagement. High should be dead to rights and will be. Now a 3 versus 3, but the aggression has paid off for Truly in form of a little bit of map presence. And see Envy, prime position to cause some chaos.
Oh, lovely shot. Lovely shot from Bryson. I was going to say, if anything, it's going to be Hax that's going to cause some problems here for Tribe. Envy now 1 versus 4. Brings it down to a 1 versus 3, of course. That kill should be a signifier to get the bomb down, and it will be. This is so, so difficult. Again, I know the Tundra is very powerful, but still, to pull off a 1 versus 2 like this is a big ask.
Just not being offered anything, and that's what you got to do. If you are Truly, you cannot give Tribe an inch or they will take a mile. We're going to try and find something. Bryson would have spotted him. As the flank potentially come through, I don't think it matters with 15 seconds to go. This is just an eye on a possible situation. Envy, one of the best snipers in the game, can find one. Goes for the bait. Surely does not take it yet. Potan holding steady. Goes for the shot. Can't find a Potan. Will clean up the round. 3-0 to Truly here, Brody. This is much more like it in the search and destroy. Attacking working out in their favor. Holding quite the advantage so far. 3-0, and well, they're good money for it.
It feels like so many of these rounds are coming down to the individual plays that we're seeing Truly make. And that last round, it was High clearing a lot of space for the team. Previous rounds, it's been other players on Truly. Team effort from Truly here in round number 4, and it's going to work out. They are fully overwhelming onto be a wave of yellow, excuse me, on the mini-map. High looking to make this advantage even bigger. T-Bag will trade out for a couple of kills, though. Surely not number 4. T-Bag finds 3, and now makes the situation manageable for Washi.
Potan holding this angle close, though. Oh, the timing he's going to get. They're both going to get. Washi finds the shot. Up close and personal. And now has the opportunity to do something special. Yeah, Bryson holding the angle, though, and Truly
But it's not over yet.
feeling so confident in this one. 4 to the good.
Got a feeling from what we're seeing, Bryson is probably forsaken. Just that he was running the AR in that first game and putting up numbers just like it was last season, and the sniper rifle here in the search and destroy. Just take that guess. I'm sure, again, YouTube chat will have my butt for that if I'm wrong, but regardless. It's a phenomenal start from Truly. In towards this round, though, I like the adaptations we're seeing from Tribe, but the adaptations are even better for Truly. I mean, they've read them like a book. That is incredible.
Tribe tries something different. And there is not a goddamn thing working right now. Grenades and everything going over towards this A side. I wonder if there was potential rotation, considering where you are. And Wood over towards B. Tribe, though, will find a couple of kills and make this just a little bit more interesting. Truly now left in a 3 versus 3. Can they convert something away here, or will Tribe eventually get themselves on the board? It'll be a good way to do it. Stop the bleeding. You're going to be heading over towards attacking a couple of rounds yourself, but High will find another. Just feels like Tribe are playing this one maybe a little bit sloppy.
Yeah. Oh, big kill from T-Bag, though. We'll keep Truly off the site for the moment here, but even still, it feels like their control over site is diminishing. Great read that High is going to push through the middle of the map, and you know where the last player is going to be coming from here because they were pushing over towards A previously. Axe still might be able to get some good timing, though. Trying to force the issue. You really needed to get that gunfight clean against T-Bag up top, or potentially even Envy. No, neither of these gunfights are going anywhere. I'm really not sure where his Fennec has gone, but it's doing something. still on the hunt for these kills, and I think now with 19 seconds on the clock, your best opportunity is to get the bomb down.
He has an opportunity here. A bomb will go down. What was a 3 versus 5 in favor of Truly is now a 2 versus 1 in favor of Tribe. But Hax, has he got the time? And oh my goodness, I think he does. The perfect flank may well be coming through. He might have them both dead to rights. He did for a second. In the caravan they go, but will they be expecting this angle? Yes, they are. They go for the child, but Hax does not care. And the 2-piece comes in, and Truly are running away with this search and destroy.
I thought for a second that Hax was about to choke what would have been a phenomenal play. Ends up winning it anyway. Tribe just do not look in this whatsoever. Truly have had an answer to everything that Tribe have been pulling off. Something has to change right about now. Nade over the top will connect onto a couple of Truly players, I believe. Information here for Tribe. Envy now needs to do some phenomenal things on site, and he does exactly that. Pulls a 2-piece out of his cheeks. T-Mag follows up with another kill, and it's gonna leave Hax isolated. Hax will find one, but the fact that the bomb is now stuck inside jungle is a huge issue.
Difficult spot. You are able to get out though. But I think for Tribe especially, like, you need to be just so perfect for the rest of the search and destroy. Big. Now just trying to put a solidification on their first round, but hey, Hax is alive. 10 kills to his name already. He could make it 13 to find 6, but that would be quite something.
Enemy down.
There you go.
Much better. Much better from Tribe there towards the end. They just didn't give up. Envy, phenomenal start to the round. I think T-Bag found number 3, and Truly were just bullied out of the site. And really can be what it comes down to sometimes, is just getting in towards the site. Truly couldn't do it in that round. So Tribe have now got a foothold in this game. They're finally into it, and I feel like they want to carry that momentum forward because they are being fast towards B.
There's one player over there. I think it's Zulf. He could be dead to rights very quickly. If he can find anything, that would be phenomenal. He's not just found something, he's found 2. Slows them right down, gives his team time to get over. Now Hax is here to join the party, and Bryson, well, he's not going to be able to find T-Bag because his teammate's going to be able to do it just about in time. Poetan will take him down. Washi will be able to trade that one back, but he is left all on his own. Surely not. Washi, surely not like this. Oh my goodness gracious me. Washi, what the bloody hell was that? My head has fallen well and truly off its shoulders. That was insane.
How? Oh, mate, I know the Tundra is good, but Washi makes it even look better. That is insane. Well, they've got the momentum now, Truly. Tribe have got a couple of rounds on the board. Can they continue it? Do they recognize that High is on the other side of this wall? Vega's still playing patiently, hoping that they can draw any players out, and it is going to be a battle of nerves. Who's going to peak first? Well, it's going to be High, and Vega's going to take that gunfight all day long.
I'm still reeling, and I honestly wonder if truly that was turn shot, and job's done. Zulf, though, does have one potentially dead to rights here, and Envy towards the backside will find another as the trade potentially going to be there. It is now a 3 versus 2. Walshy is going to have to come up with a little bit of magic again as Hax just continues to rain terror. Him and Zulf working so well together. It's now 6. They make up for that final round, or that previous round, I should say. Truly 6-2 to the good here. We very much have a series on our hands. If it wasn't for Washi, this game would be done.
Destroy the objective.
Oh, yeah. These guys have been phenomenal, truly. Their adaptations have just been insane. I think that's really been the difference maker between these two teams, is truly look so confident in what they've been able to do. I know exactly what they need to do versus Tribe. Washi, on the other hand, Teabag. Saving graces for Tribe. To be flawless. A couple of gunfights going across the map here. Vega's going to be one of them. By B side, as soon as he peeks this corner, Zolf should have him dead to right. Envy has been taken down elsewhere. So for Tribe, things just keep getting worse. Aggression from Poetan will be punished, over by A. So big kill from Teabag, but again, Vega's still the key to this entire play by B, and he's not going to find anything.
The SMGs have been running riot on the side of Truly. Tribe Gaming's only answer has been Washi. For the most part, Bryson has been just a little bit better with the sniper on the other side. He's found himself another, and my goodness, they're just going to line up. There you go. Truly will force us to a map number 3 up against Tribe. Fantastic performance there in the search and destroy. A highlight player from Washi comes to absolutely nothing. We'd be maybe talking about that one for a little while longer if they were able to bring that one back. Outstanding from him, but even better from Truly. Find themselves a very comfortable victory on Fire Ridge.
And I said it right. I mean, towards the end of that game, it feels like Truly were really comfortable in the way in which they were playing the search and destroy. We talked, I think, earlier on about the teams that we maybe didn't really know what to expect from. And on Fire and Rage Search and Destroy, I said that it's the map that sometimes can show how much effort a team is putting in towards their search and destroy strategies. And I do believe, truly, that we saw those deep search and destroy strategies there from Truly, the way in which they're adapting to what Tribe Gaming were putting down on the table to them, not just on those offensive rounds to begin with, but also as we switch towards the defense, where Truly were just doing such a spectacular job of forcing the advantage early on in the rounds, and maybe in the rounds where they were not able to get it, the reactions from them were just stellar. And I think the best way to encapsulate it was there was a round towards the end, I think it might have been the penultimate one, right, where you mentioned it, Zolf and Hax on the flank, they were numbers down. There's immediate responses to just try and flank out Tribe, and Tribe just never expected it whatsoever. Those kind of plays, again, truly great search and destroy from them.
Oh, I'm still picking my jaw up off the floor from that Washi 1v3. But that is the only highlight to talk about from Tribe Gaming. That was very, very one-sided. Hacks with the SMG. Honestly, over towards the Caravan, that's the biggest difference maker. I mean, he found so much joy over towards that side of the map and just really started to run away with it. Fantastic job from the side of Truly to make a series of it. Honestly, I was heading into this expecting just a Tribe Gaming comfortable win. We discussed it before and expecting maybe, okay, yeah, a relatively competitive, but Tribe haven't quite delivered in the search and destroy after what was a dominant performance in their first game of the day. They don't get it done. We have to see a control to decide the series.
And just something that is worth noting, you know, again, we kind of led with the conversation point of Truly last season. We're not competitive with the top 3 teams. And I know this is situational, right? You know, first and foremost, this is open finals. So you got to question whether or not Tribe are as serious as they would normally be. Again, that has to be something we take into account. Secondly, that this is a new Tribe roster. So they still arguably will be figuring things out and would not be the same kind of full force that we'd see from Rejects or Seminole last season. But still, I think it is worth saying that this is a barrier that this new Truly squad has broken with their new team. They were not able to take a single map off Seminole, Rejects, or Mayhem last season. We're here in the open finals, and they are able to take one off this newly formed Tribe roster. It says a lot about whether or not this roster has improved with the roster changes they've made. Inarguably, it feels like they have.
Yeah, look, I think there's so much you can take from one best of 3 at the same time, but also that search and destroy was very, very comfortable. And again, I'll kind of back to what we've seen in map number 1 there. It was one good 60 hold from Tribe that got them into that lead that they never let go. From there, they were in control of the game. They did the right time, and fully props to them. But if Truly could have found themselves in a position to break, then yeah, okay, we maybe are talking about a very different series. We could be talking about a Tribe down the losers bracket, but this is making me excited for when we do get into the challenge season to see how things are going to go. But I'm even more excited to go to raid, and not just go to raid, but for map number 3 decider. Winner makes it in the challenge season, Brody. So it's a huge game for these teams. They still will have another opportunity if they do go on to lose, but I wouldn't like to call it either way right now.
Ah, man, imagine the confidence booster it would give Truly if they're able to beat Tribe to qualifying from the upper bracket. I think, again, Tribe probably take a little bit heartily, but still would be incredible. Truly have brought us here, and Vei's got out the MG42, not something we've seen in quite some time, a play like this. And yet, you know what? If it works for you, it works for you. It's worked for Tribe right off the start. They've already garnered a 5, now make it a 4 life advantage. B is donezo, just like that. I think that's, what, 9 seconds on the clock? And it's gone.
Already gone. And for whatever happens, using the MG42 or not, full props to the skin team. COD Mobile, because it is incredible, the campaign skin. Seen it all over social media, and just to see it in competitive play, I just absolutely live and breathe it. Here they are already on A Tribe Gaming saying, yeah, you think that search and destroy maketh a series. Yeah, well, welcome to the control, and welcome to complete domination from Tribe. 2 ticks are in, they're about to find the 3rd.
And even if they don't, they've already built up a 7-life advantage. This is starting to feel indomitable at the moment, isn't it? Tribe just leering over Truly at this point. And these trades, it doesn't really matter even if they go slightly in favor of Truly. Tribe, again, have built up a life advantage that is so palpable. Truly are going to struggle to bring it back. Already starting to send players on the flank as well. Keep an eye on Washi, who is making that move around Laundry. I think he's just been spotted out by Zolf, who is on the hunt. Kills also being made around the front of this one for Tribe, and every single trade-off you take because you are slowly chipping away at that life pool that Truly do have. Hacks in from behind is really the only big problem here for Tribe, and he will find a couple of kills. Big trade coming out from Teabag, so Truly do clear the point, but again, it's a 6 versus 10.
It's very, very doable here, though. Now you're out of lives, though. You need to be perfect from here. Potan will find Washi and will have the start to that perfect hold that needs to come through. Oh, good shots coming in from Vig, and that might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Envy, Washi working together. All of a sudden, Hacks was momentarily left on his own in the middle of the map. Now Bryson left alone entirely in a 1 versus 6. Seen them before, every now and then, but just not very often, and not against Tribe. Not gonna happen. It just is such a good start from coming from Tribe. Over towards that B side, they punish Truly as harshly as they possibly can, and then from then on, when you've got so much time and you have that life advantage, you can just make it work any which way you want.
Yeah, just that start was so domineering from Tribe. There wasn't really an answer from Truly, and I guess the advantage you get from that, right, is you go into to defense, that snowball effect that we always talk about, where you get the operators right off the start. You're already seeing that coming out from Rabalo. Envy is finding those first few bloods. Washi's putting up quick scopes in the middle of the map as well to add to the pile. It's a flawless start from Tribe. They take every single player down, and now we're starting to see Rabalo's War Machine towards effect. He picks up a couple of kills towards Art, and it's exactly the same situation as before, where you built up this life advantage earlier on, and Truly can't do anything about it. Vague for 3 near the spawn as well. It just keeps on getting worse. The knife keeps on getting twisted.
Oh my goodness. Welcome to the blender, if you are Truly, and I just do not see a way that they get out of this one. Chalk it up. It's 2-0 now to Tribe Gaming. Truly need not just a miracle, but the resurrection, the whole entire thing here at this stage. This has been phenomenal from Tribe, and they're the kind of team, though, if you do let them take that advantage into the early stages of a round, they will punish you for it. I don't even think they're gonna have an opportunity to barely touch the point. 20 seconds to go. It is 24 v6 me 5. The MG42 is just lining them all up here from Vig. It's an incredible round from Tribe that is basically done. 23-1, and my goodness, they have wiped the floor with them. Bryson 1v23, anyone?
Lost the lead.
Yeah, not with 0 seconds on the clock, mate. Would have been nice.
Oh yeah, that was what was holding them back.
Yeah, definitely. It wasn't anything to do with the lives. We don't need to focus on the life tally. It wasn't anything. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like Tribe have turned their phones on. No, I don't know if they were on. Maybe they were just on like just like really low brightness or something on the last game. They were giving themselves a disadvantage. I don't really know. This is a very different Tribe, though. They are right in it now. But what a start from Truly. Finally seeing some operators coming out from them. Poetan's going to find 3. Hacks now with the equalizers as well, finding some kills. And this is the potency of those operators. When you are on the defense, you can find yourselves in these power positions. So just as quickly as we're going to gas up Tribe, Truly are now starting to play.
But what Tribe do in that situation, they know that the pressure's going to come in. Truly are going to want to do exactly what they just got done to them back to you. And they just get the guns up. They spawn up. They put themselves in a position. You know they're going to get aggressive. And a kill drone going to come in, which will cause a couple of problems potentially, but Tribe now stacking over towards B. They want this done in 3. It may well take 3 maps to get the job done, but Washi will find 2. Only Potan who can answer back. Hacks from behind as well, though, is going to put himself in a position to maybe slow this down. Map presence still there, though, from the side of Tribe. Envy now pushing forward through. Laundry has the claw in hand as well, and this is just a disgusting place to be. If you all remember Truly right now, lives all dead even. A lot of progress being made at B, and now progress being made at A.
Yeah, it feels like for the start that Truly had, it's nowhere near as dominant as what Tribe did to them in that prior round. And now Tribe are starting to get some resources here. That War Machine from Raballo is keeping Truly at bay. Their only choice is to filter through basketball, and well, there is a good response. Alpha's going to get one with what I believe was the Gravity Vortex gun. Bryson is going to trade as well. So Tribe are momentarily removed from the point, but it is only for a moment as Vague now flies back on, splitting the difference between both of these points. Vague is taking shots through the wall and is going to take Zolf out of the equation. Yes, there is some resistance from Truly Tunt, but Tribe really starting to mount the pressure now.
Starting to flex their muscles. A was nearly done. Now they're going to be giving that one up. It looks like it. MB was over there and now he's dead, but B has been worked on 6v9 in favor of Tribe Gaming. And everything kind of has to come out here now if you're Truly. Dropping into the losers bracket seems almost inevitable with the equalizers out here from Vague, who's just been causing so much of an issue over the entire map. 23 kills now to his name. Raballo's on his way over. It's an 8v3. Tribe Gaming merely a scratch in the search and destroy. All of that for merely the tiniest drop of blood. The game is done. Tribe Gaming 3-0 there in the control. Domination across the board. That's as strong as ever performance that you want to see in a control. They'll be disappointed with the search and destroy, but other than that, comfortable, then dominant.
Yep, we talked about the performances of these respective teams in control last season, and I think we just saw it right there and then in this one. Again, it's worth saying it is comparing apples to oranges, but still, this is just a team that looks so confident in the control. And I think just on the whole, when they want to turn it on, they can turn it on. And then we just saw it there in that control where I think it was the round number 1 where they just came out swinging. That round number 2 in particular was disgusting. I don't even know what else there is to say about that one. Was it a 23 life advantage by the end of it or something like that? Something ridiculous. It wasn't 20, very kind. It wasn't very kind, I think we'll say that much, right? And there was a little bit of hope, I guess, from Truly at the start of that round number 3 where they had the operators, but I think just comparing the two, it was nowhere near the map control that Tribe built up at the start of their operator spree. I mean, that highlight reel from round number 2 is despicable.
Yeah, and again, you know, we talk about it quite often in terms of, look, Truly are a very good team. It will show their mettle against some of the others, but going up against Tribe, this is the saying we use it in England, that's different gravy, mate. Incredible performance, especially when it comes down to the operators and the usage there. You've seen them really punish Truly throughout that entire second round, and that's where the score difference does make it. And then you see Truly get that opportunity to maybe do the same. Didn't even get a sniff. Tribe Gaming 2-1. Search and destroy, definitely something to write home about if you are Truly, though. Really good performance on that side of things. But one search and destroy does not make a series. And Tribe Gaming will advance on. We'll see them in the challenge series next couple of weeks' time. Truly still have one more opportunity to do it in their next game.
Listen, that was a really strong showing on behalf of Truly when it came to the S&D, and I think that's just something we were looking for, hoping for, trying to start to get an idea for which teams can potentially give Tribe a run for their money. You know, like you guys mentioned, we still have a little bit of time now before the challenge season, so this is also a learning opportunity for Truly to nail down some of those mistakes in the coming weeks, as long as they're able to continue run in that lower bracket and then nail one of those spots down in the challenge season. But exciting to see that. I know we're very early on, but that Tribe is not currently infallible, even though they did make a super team. You know, I think that was probably a question that we would have had. And like, I know it's open finals and things change when we get to challenge season time, but at least it's just a little bit of a glimpse into what we could be getting. I mean,
they've opened the door, right? Everyone will kind of look at that now. And I think I want to really give a lot of props to Truly rather than sort of say that Tribe I want to be saying beatable, because the other two maps were very different. Look at map number 1, that was a winnable one for Truly, but then you look at that map number 3 and you're like, oh yeah, no, I remember, no, these guys are really good. So I think you've got to have that in the equation as well. But the search and destroy from Truly is definitely something from that hang on to. Is it just firing range? Is it the mode in general? There's a lot of questions still to be asked. Truly, I think will be fine. We'll find out how they do in their next game, but I think there is definitely positives to take away from that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of those positives being the fact that Tribe has now solidified one of the spots in the challenge season for themselves. They've officially made their way through, and they will be joining 7 other teams yet to be determined. They're in NA to continue battling it out to then get to those challenge season finals. That also means that our third match of the day is done. We kicked it off with a Tribe when we checked out that lower bracket. We're back up here now, and as these spots start to become fewer and fewer, it'll be a tighter competition down there in that lower bracket to see which teams are able to kind of clinch up some of those spots. We were able to get a look at the bracket earlier before we moved into this match, and you saw just how many other matches we have to get through for some of these teams. So don't worry, a lot of those are happening off stream if you guys are just joining us and wondering how all of this is working. A lot of those matches that we're not going to be seeing here on the broadcast are happening off stream, and we'll be keeping track of all those, and we should start to get some updates on a lot of those matches either before the last match that we will have here on stream, or during, or sometime after, so we can start to at least fill you in on some of the other teams who are also solidifying their spots in the challenge season, because I believe we also still had TLE, Status Quo, Nexus, or there were a lot of other teams that were waiting in the wings of that upper bracket that we saw last time, as well as those teams down in the lower bracket still trying to get some of those matches through before we really know what's happening here in the challenge season. So we should get an opportunity. Oh, we're getting an opportunity to look at it right now. All right, I thought we were gonna go schedule. This is great. Okay, now we get a little bit of an update here. You can see those score lines coming through. So Truly will drop down to that lower bracket, and they'll be facing off against Nemesis, who did take out Ascent in a 2-1 fashion. So that's what we'll be able to check out next. Obviously, you can see Tribe up there at the top, moving through into the qualified spots. And then we watched Kaya Nation lose to Ultra earlier. They'll be waiting to see who they face off against, and a couple other squads moving through. Pollos Locos was the team that lost to Tribe Gaming and dropped down to the lower bracket as well. So we're starting to get some of these teams pushing on along the way here, Brody.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And just looking at the way this bracket should play out, given the fact that Truly's dropped down into that first one, I'm speculating here, but the loser of TLE Esports and Status Quo are going to face Pollos Locos, I believe, for qualification. And that should be a really interesting matchup, because TLE, obviously, I believe that is I want to say that's a Mexican team going against a Status Quo roster that is kind of that mix up of North American and Mexican names joining for this season. So that's an interesting matchup as it is, going against that Mexican team that we saw early on, Pollos Locos. That's going to be a hell of a qualification matchup. To not have one of those teams in season 5 is going to be upsetting for sure. But that's the way that these things work with open finals. We have some interesting qualification matchup. Excited to see what happens.
I'm excited to see who we get as well. Like you guys mentioned earlier, we have now the addition of Mexico into NA as well. So I'm excited to see what they can bring to our challenge season. Before, we get into all of that, we'll have to see how they perform here in our open finals, though. And like I said, we've got one more match left on the day. Before we do that, means we also have one more break. So we're going to go to that. And when we return, match number 4. So don't go anywhere.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are about to get into the last match that is going to be here, broadcast on the stream for our North American Open Finals in Call of Duty Mobile. And we picked a really fun match to close out the day. Excited for this one. Now, the match that we had mentioned in that upper bracket that we got to take a look at before we went to break, that was between TLE and Status Quo. It did conclude. Status Quo did win, so they will move on to the challenge season, but that means TLE did drop down into our lower bracket, and like you correctly guessed, Brody, they dropped down to face off against Pollos Locos, so that's the match we're going to close out the day with.
You know, sometimes I amaze myself with my own brilliance. Doesn't happen that often, but sometimes I shock myself. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the match. It's going to be a great one. Really excited for this one. Just given the names on display here, I already mentioned the fact that TL Esports, I believe, I want to say they're a full Mexican squad. I could be wrong in saying that. At the very least, I recognize Saucy, which is one of the historic players coming out of that region, obviously from LATAM last season. Now going up against a squad of, again, another Mexican team. It's going to be a great matchup. Really excited to see now the fact that we're only going to get one of these teams in playoffs. It's a little bit sad, to be honest. There's a real chance that Saucy might not make playoffs, and that is wild.
Here we get to take a look at that exact roster that you're talking about, and this is just like why it's cool that we get to add an entire other region into NA now, Ton. I mean, we're getting a chance to start to see these Mexican teams come through and see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, of course, and as mentioned, it should theoretically make things harder for absolutely everybody. You know, the competition has increased on both levels, so it's interesting to see how they're going to do. For TLE, this is an opportunity, but on the other side of things, it is a slippery one as well. It's not signed, sealed, or delivered whatsoever. This should be a very, very close game.
And we got a chance to take a look at that Pollos Locos roster earlier on when they went up against Tribe as well. Now we're going to get to see what both these teams can do against each other. The last piece of the puzzle that we will need when they're ready, we'll get them up here, is those map picks as our players get that veto process wrapped up to see how our final 3 series match of the day will be. And don't forget, it's best of 3 right now in Open Finals. That's just for Open Finals. When we get into the challenge season, we'll shift back to best of 5s, which means these series will be longer for all of these teams and more opportunities to improve their play, expand their map pool. Brody, just lots of things will be different when we get to challenge season.
Yeah, and I guess the good thing about that, right, is again, you talk about the fact that you have an opportunity to strategize around the best maps from other teams. For example, when you get into that best of 5 setting, it's when you can start actually playing the veto process as a strength in a series, and I hope to see that for a lot of these teams. It's something that back in last season, I think Bobby and I And they'd end up losing a series, to be honest, before they even got into it, because they'd be giving the best maps away based on what their own preferences. That's something I really want to see, and it's exciting, I think, when we get to that best of 5 format, is some of these lower level teams are going to have an opportunity to study VOD on the top level teams and actually veto properly against them. So that's what I'm going to see about what that veto process looks like this season.
And, you know, then you get more opportunities for your Hackney Yard as well.
That's the main thing. That's the main thing. That's what we want to see. More Hackney Yard, please. Every series, give me a Hackney Yard. Give me a full 60 on P2.
I honestly,
all I need.
I have so much disdain. I haven't even seen it yet. We're not going to get to see it yet. Here we are. My goodness.
I mean, to be fair, Ton, we haven't seen it here in NA. Or did we? Did we see it in the very first series? Did we get a Kurahana in the first series?
No,
no, we didn't. No, I think you're thinking of rehearsals where we did have a come up on that.
Oh, okay.
Picks. They were teasing us.
We haven't gotten it here in NA yet, but Kurahana has been some really good S&Ds, and so it has a seaside control, and we're getting that seaside control in EU, Brody. In EU.
Yeah, no. I was thinking about
the seaside
it.
Control coming through here now. I mean, it's nice that we're getting to see like these other options for our teams to play on, Ton, as we start off things with obviously the Apocalypse Hardpoint.
Yeah, we're getting to see it across the board, aren't we? So, I mean, that's the beauty of being able to jump in and out of games. And what do you pick in this situation? You know, we can talk about the picks and bans side of things. You surely got to just be taking what your favorite maps are as well as you can. You won't be target banning through this sort of side of things. You know, that comes later in the day, as Brody mentioned. So we get to see a plethora of maps. Of course, Apocalypse coming up first. We know what to expect from that. Tunisia Search and Destroy, I think, is a fantastic Search and Destroy map. So that should be a good way to see how this one goes in Seaside if we do need a decider, which we have potential to go to here in this game. Hell of a lineup, to be honest with you. I like it, Lauren. I like it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Apocalypse was always a fun one just because, for whatever reason, and I really do not know why, teams in COD Mobile have this incredible habit of slipping up on like the rotation from P1 to P2. Happens every single time. Please stop doing it. If we see it again here, I don't know what I'm going to do. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But Apocalypse is always a fun one. It always is close games.
Brody also would like to be brought on as an analyst, is what he's saying. So any teams that maybe need some additional assistance, Brody's available. Just let him know, and he'll give you all of his thoughts on anything that he might have witnessed here in SPS on your team specific. Yeah, it costs £10 for the entire SPS season, so he's running a bargain right now. Okay,
that's a lot of money.
His currency.
One Freddo.
Don't know what Freddos are. They don't know.
Well, Laura knows what a Freddo is, and that's the main thing, right?
You know, look, she has connections.
All right, guys, everybody at home, let us know your thoughts as well. For the last match of the day, which team is going to survive in this lower bracket? Will it be Pollos Locos or will it be TLE Esports? Who will move through to the challenge season and claim another one of those spots, as two have already been claimed in that upper bracket? Our final match of the day is about ready to get underway. So Brody and Ton, let's close everything out.
Alrighty, one more match to close out the day. TL Esports going head-to-head with Pollos Locos. Honestly, mate, I think I've got to start localizing my references. I don't know what I'm going to go for here in North America, but we gotta start doing that. Whatever the North American equivalent of Freddos are, someone in the chat will tell us if they know what Freddos are.
Bar of Hershey's.
By Hershey's, I don't even know. Regardless, this is going to be a phenomenal matchup to close out the day. I was really excited looking at this one in the bracket just because of the amount of potential outcomes that we have here. But again, it is a weird one to think about. We've got these Mexican squads coming in here, strengthening in the North American region, and it leads to situations like this where one of these teams is about to nom.
Yeah, and you kind of come into this position where we had so many good teams in different regions. Now it kind of, there is to a certain degree less spots right at the very top level, so you're coming into this, you can lose teams who were in good positions. It's difficult. It is difficult for some of them, but it is very much the cream rising to the top, and that is the scenario we're going to get here between these two teams. Looking towards it though, I mean, are we still favoring TLE? Look, they came for the winner's bracket side. I think it's very easy to do that. But Pollos, look, they did not look too bad against Tribe, specifically in map number 1. Okay, they did get 7-0 in the Search and Destroy, which is never a great way to start. But Tribe can do that to teams. But in the hard point, they almost matched them. Okay, Tribe went away, and I think it was a relatively comfortable, like 50 or 60 point game. But that was not without its issues. I want to say there was a couple of really nice holds from them, so I'm very interested to see how the Apocalypse works out. If they can't find that, though, I do worry about their Search and Destroy.
Yeah, the Search and Destroy, I think, even moving forward towards the challenge season, if they qualify here, is something they definitely need to work on. I think just reactivity, and it was there in moments, right? But I think a lot of it, what we saw in the Express Search and Destroy, is what I would describe as individual, right? I think very often the Pollos Locos roster was too reliant on these flanks that never really worked out. When they did, there was an opportunity for Tribe to come back into the round that I think Pollos Locos weren't really capitalizing on those advantageous positions. There's a lot of fundamental things, I think, in Search and Destroy that they could do if they do get into the challenge season to improve. But that's still an if, because they do have to get past this TLE roster first. And it is an important point, though, to mention the fact that they were very competitive in Hardpoint. I mean, technically speaking, they earned more points against Tribe than Truly did in their respective Hardpoints. Again, different Hardpoint maps, so it's really hard to tell whether or not that actually means anything. But I do think it means that this Pollos Locos roster are competitive in Hardpoint. They look like they could be competitive if they do make it into the challenge season. The real question for me is, we haven't actually seen anything from TLE Esports. We don't know what their scorelines look like in their 2-0 or 0-2 series versus status quo. So, I mean, how closely matched was that? Was it a really close one? Was it a nail biter on overtime in the Search and Destroy? 250 to 249 Hardpoint? You know, is it actually that TLE shouldn't be here? I think that's the question we have to ask ourselves as we get into this first map.
Yeah, well, we will get the questions answered very, very quickly, I think, to sort of see where the standards are. We're nearly ready to get into this game. I'm curious, though, Brody. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Don't do this.
Final time that
I'm sitting on the fence, mate.
Why?
I'm sitting my butt firmly on the fence, mate. That fence is firmly wedged.
Right. Well, I'm going to go TLE then, if that's fine with you. I just think that little bit extra experience that comes through, that ability to get yourself into it. They've done it before. Can they do it again? For TLE Sports, you want to get to that promised land once more. For Pollos Locos, what can you do?
Alrighty, well, we shall see. TLE Esports, again, we don't really know what to expect from this roster, but we do know what to expect from Apocalypse Hardpoint. And one of those things that we always talk about here is teams spawning on that favorable side towards the Temple. Right now, that is going to be TLE Esports in control. And what we always expect teams to do, Tan, right, is we expect players, especially on the other side, to be sending players through them. I think they call it the mailbox. I really can't remember. It's been a while since Cold War. Towards that Temple spawn to try and flip them out if we can.
The flip's not an easy thing to do, but the spawns can be finicky, I think is the word. Probably plenty of other words you could have used other than that, Chris, but here we are. Look, TLE are in a good position here, though. Some decent time over towards P1, in control of that, forcing Pollos Locos as far away as they possibly can do. Kills kind of inconsequential at this moment in time, because TLE will be in a really good position heading over towards P2. 5 seconds until that's going to start to pop. Really nice setup across the board. You deny Pollos Locos a lot of time over towards P1, and you have the first option of trying to find those first couple of kills.
TLE are finding those kills towards the backline here. An important defense of a hard point that they did rotate early from. But again, remember that Pollos Locos are more likely to mount an assault towards the backline to try and unearth TLE from those spawns. It's difficult to get through the front. And yet, saying it, Houston Fabuloso have managed to chain a couple of kills back to back. But again, it does not stick. TLE will continue to have resources respawning around the backline, players through the front. Can they manage to break on through? Minitu Solito is able to pick up 1 and a second as well. Useful trade right back. Yusuf actually finds a double, but again, the problem is you've got players like that as Hanso finds 3. TLE are just in a much better position with those back spawns, and Pollos Locos, I mean, they have attempted a couple of times, but there's not really been anything solid at actually breaking those spawns.
Well, Hanso was absolutely piecing, so that always helps. Fantastic job coming in from TLE. A little bit of time to get a hold of here. Gravity Vortex gun will keep them off it. Yep, really well played from Hanso, to be honest with you. Has to invest it, then all of a sudden keeps that scrap time away from the enemy. TLE Esports not far away from the 60-point mark. Pollos Locos not a lot to write home about so far, but rotation over towards this next hill is in with this spawn for TLE. Now can be quite dangerous, but you can also get there very, very quickly. Gotta win your gunfights though.
You have to. Yellow and Hanso already starting things pretty strongly, but Pollos Locos have not been unearthed just yet. Back spawns for TLE here. in the middle of the map. Perhaps Tool can do something. Yep, first kill looking pretty good. Good read coming up from Fix, though. There are still players to deal with inside for Poyos Locos. The Purifier of Legacy is a big reason why Poyos Locos haven't lost just yet. And as I say, Mini2 Solita is able to pick up a couple of kills. Now kills being followed up. And as I say, Fixo comes through. I think that's 4 separate kills for Poyos Locos. TLE, try as they might, they cannot get a solid grip over this hardpoint. They are sending player after player in towards it. And yet Poyos Locos always have a response.
Feels a little one by one, right? Need to take their time, slow it down. You had that advantage. It's now entirely disappeared. On about the rotation over towards the next, though. That's coming in around 5 seconds. That's a brilliant hold from Poyos Locos, who were backs against the wall after those first 2 hills. They hadn't been the first ones there by any stretch. Get themselves first. Over towards P3. Lock themselves in a very, very close game. Oh, and that's going to be an equalizer on both sides of things. Eustace going to be able to use that just a little bit better. And when I say that a little bit better, I mean a lot better. 4 kills coming through for him before he eventually is cut down. A lot of presence here for Poyos Locos inside of the point. He's going to have the Predator missile as well if the pressure does continue to come in, but just coming in off the respawn, he has a missile on your forehead. Hansel already dead. Poyos Locos in the lead.
Big moment here for Poyos Locos to get control of this hill. They're not just winning the gunfights around the front, they're winning the gunfights around the back as well. It's increasingly difficult for TLE to get any kind of penetration towards this hill. Maybe perhaps they can get a jump up through Chicken Coop. I think one player might have just managed to slip by as Tool, who is very swiftly executed as well. TLE unable to get through. Poyos Locos doing an incredible job of just plugging every single gap that would be in their defensive line. They have got an eye on every single entry point towards that hill, and arguably they've blown this game wide open, Ton. This is the biggest lead they've had this game.
I think if you look at how things have worked for TLE, though, over towards P2 is really where things started to change for them. It's where they had their great start. Hanso is still keeping up, but look at the rest of the team, just nowhere to be seen. It just took one big moment from TLE to even get 64 points. After that, it has been all about Poyos Locos, and they are just making them pay. Fixo now just trying to do what he can. Operator has been used very, very well from Poyos Locos, and they have themselves a very healthy lead here, heading over towards P2. Can they get the spawns? It looks like they're in a good spot for them. They've got them as well. Poyos Locos in the driving seat.
Hostile hunter-killer drone deployed.
Firmly. This back 30, I think, becomes all the more important for TLE here in this situation, because if they do give this one up and the rotation towards Newt, it would spell disaster. And they know it. That's why they're going for it. Big kill towards New as well. Legacy's going to win that gunfight, but keep an eye on the player 4, number Spawn. Minitu Solita might have just got the spawns for TLE. This is a massive moment here in this game. Noisy's going for the scrap time, going to get shut down. Now gunfights over by New as well. Can 2 Solita do anything in this situation? They're going to fight it first. No. Fixo will deny for the second. And now all the pressure here for TLE comes from the front. Yellow's going to be swiftly dispatched with, and what looked like a threat towards the spawn is now diminished. Noisy towards the front, starting to push the issue too. Big, big hard point here for Poyos Locos.
Now I really like that pressure that came through that. Really good job from the side of Poyos Locos to push it out, but now the pressure coming in from the front and the back, and now you're just trying to do what you can. War Machine ringing on through, just trying to get them at bay, but somehow TLE have escaped that really, really precious spot that you can be in. Legacy will be able to find one, but the fact that they're keeping Poyos Locos back here with 33 seconds remaining and keeping them off the point is an absolute bonus.
Yeah, you can fight this from the front. I think that's the key thing, but not if you get burned by the Purifiers. Legacy finds the double. Maybe this is the escape route for Poyos Locos. Nope, it is absolutely not. TLE continue to bully them from the front of the hard point. You can still go for this. If you're TLE as well, you will have the back spot of the spawns for Newt. So Poyos Locos should be able to garner the last 10 seconds of time. So the lead for the most part does remain untouched at a 50 to 60 point advantage over TLE. This rotation once again becomes everything. TLE looking for another shot to climb back in towards this game. It all starts with this mid-map control. Gunfights being won here across the board. Players trying to make their way through. Noisy, maybe one of them going to get shut down. There goes Fixo. There goes Legacy as well. 2 Solita going to bring out the claw. TLE know how important this is, and they bring out the big gun to get it done.
Need to try and get themselves back into the point if you're Poyos Locos. But it's a great hold from TLE. It's where the game kind of turned on its head at the previous rotation, but in the other direction. But right now, TLE just having a hell of a time. Eventually will be broken from the backside. Spawns come in for Poyos Locos, and it's 30 seconds to play for here. A big 30 seconds. It will put Poyos Locos within very, very close touching distance of that 200 point mark. TLE won't even be caught back up if they do manage to hold it, and they're being kept at bay here. It's all about the rotation over towards the next now. 15 seconds to go. Poyos Locos in control of this map number 1. It's so back and forth here, Brody. It could go either way still. It's going to be about the operators and who uses them best.
This was the hill last time around where Poyos Locos were able to get a full 60. It is TLE in touch for the moment. Big 1v1 around the front for Tool against Fabuloso, and used around the backline now, starting to penetrate as well. He's already found a couple of kills now. Mount in the front, around the front is going to be Fixo, who finds 2. Fixo finds 3, and Poyos Locos manages to swarm one through, and this is the dangerous spot that TLE were in previously. Poyos Locos a full 60 on the last rotation. Can they do it again?
Corner here for Legacy is just going to work out so well on the claw from this angle. Yeah, good luck. I mean, I say that, and then all of a sudden, Hanso somehow managed to find 2, but then all of a sudden, the War Machine is out from Fabuloso, just timing them well. Yeah, try and make your push through here, buddy. No problem whatsoever. The shots after are crispy, not quite crispy enough to get that final kill. It's still a 50-point lead or so, but TLE have broken through. Tula actually going to go through and use the equalizer for absolutely nothing. That's going to be a break coming through from Poyos Locos once again. Investment from TLE, not quite there.
Man, that was a pivotal moment in this game. Got a feeling we're going to be looking back on that one as Poyos Locos managed to hold a kill that TLE inarguably did need. And that lead, once again, remains unfettered. A 50-point advantage that TLE have not been able to close, regardless of the amount of times they've tried over the last few hard points. Maybe this can be the one. They are the ones in control of that rotation towards P2. They just need to make sure they are the ones that stay on this side of the map. And as I say, I feel like I've cast the curse them in real time, Tun. TLE, they've lost control of the rotation. Poyos Locos are in control of the hard point. And now the hill feed is in Poyos Locos' control as well.
Been in control of this hard point for quite some time, to be honest with you. It's felt like it's been theirs to lose. For a long time. All of a sudden, have you broken that back? Fixon needs to stay alive towards his backside. All on his own. You can see the pressure starting to come in here. Big gunfight going to go down towards that backside. We'll keep an eye on it on the mini-map. He's just trying to survive, but as this time is now dwindling down, TLE trying to get some time, and all of a sudden the P2 rotation has been forced. The benefit that Poyos Locos have here, if they can get this scrap time, they're still very close. Can they keep this pressure on? TLE starting to heat up.
Fixo does not win that gunfight over by the flank, so that means that those rotations are going to be in for TLE, but they have struggled to hold on these key rotations. The last few hard points when it's been required of them. Poyos Locos are just 31 points away from victory here. And here comes the investment from TLE. You can see it, 3 different operators from TLE. They know how important holding this for the entirety of the time is, but they do bring them out all at once. And that's going to mean that coming later on for the more of these gunfights, Poyos Locos should be able to get through, but the Sparrow is doing his job around the flank. Legacy going to be able to come through for a 1, but no more than that. And while this is all going down, it's worth saying TLE for a few seconds, they didn't actually have anybody in towards the time. They were so focused around the front, and for good reason. Poyos Locos are hitting this time and time again. Legacy can only find 1 though. Tool will find 3. TLE Esports, for the moment, are holding strong on this hill.
Forcing them away every single second here would put you within touching distance. Poyos Locos just have to try and not overcommit. You can see already for Poyos, 4 operators are ready to go, just waiting for them to pull the trigger. 15 seconds to go. They don't deem this the moment to invest. They are going to wait. They are going to bide their time. But whilst they do that, TLE are going to start to catch up. 5 seconds. They're going to get every single one of them. TLE now on their way over towards P3. They are still going to be behind here, Brody. And they're going to have a lot of operators to run into. Poyos Locos have to be good with them.
This is always the rotation that trips people up. Noisy going to start strong here on this hill with the first couple of kills. Trades in favor of Poyos Locos. Noisy with the claw in hand. On the other side, you've got 1 operator ready to go. You've got 3 in the back pocket for Legacy. Everything is on the table for Poyos Locos. Surely they do not fumble this at the closing moment at the 11th hour. Operators out now for Poyos Locos. It's Legacy for 3 inside the hard point. TLE now facing down everything for Poyos Locos. 10 seconds left. 1 last hit coming through from TLE Esports. Can anybody touching time from a flank? 3 players in from behind. Can any of them touch in time? Yes, they can. But Juice comes through with a couple of kills. Poyos Locos should surely be able to finish things here. 1 player close by. Tulsita cannot touch. And it was closer than maybe Poyos Locos intended. But in the end, they do get it.
I mean, look, they were pretty much in control of the game, the majority. Since we've seen them over towards P2 cause all of that havoc, and then 3 and 4 straight after. From there on out, it never looked like anybody else. A really good hold from TLE, and they disrupted where they could. We lost Polos. I mean, that was a very, very good performance on the hard point. A fantastic job, and then all of a sudden, you're 1-0 up, and you are one map away from getting yourself, of course, into the challenge season. That was, honestly, it just felt as if there was a couple better investments in terms of the operator usage. We talk about how important it can be for Pollos Locos. It definitely felt like there was more of those moments than TLE maybe got a hold of. There's a couple of occasions I think you've seen Tool just pull out the equalizer, die immediately. You've seen Fixo throughout picking up 2 or 3 with the Sparrow. It was always seeming like they were getting good value for their money when it come down to the operators, and that maybe did make the difference. Pollos Locos, 1 to the good.
Yeah, it really did feel like a couple of those rotations. I think that's actually the same hill on both sets there, but both set 1 and 2 that really made the difference for Pollos Locos, right? I mean, they get a full 60 on, what was it, P4 the first time around, and then the second time around, while they aren't the first team to touch it, they break it almost immediately and hold it for basically the rest of the time. And I think those are the most damaging hard points for TLE Esports, the opportunities that they had to try and close back into the game, and they almost did it towards the end with that phenomenal P2 hold, but it just was not enough. Scoreboard at the end of the game then, a almost a quad 40 from Pollos Locos, by the way. 3 players are 1 kill shy of it. Fabuloso the only one to actually touch it. But I think more pertinently as well, and this is something we always point out, 4 out of the 5 players on the roster have over 60 seconds in the hard point. They are not just getting these kills in random places. All of them are useful for getting the objective time, and that really can split the difference in terms of how these guys spread themselves on objective time.
Yeah, really good job, everybody chipping in. 4 little hill kittens there, Brody. You know the saying. I don't know if we've adopted it over here yet.
So we can make it happen.
That's embarrassing. It's quite embarrassing. But we should be moving into map number 2 pretty swiftly. But Los Pollos, they now they're in a very, very good spot. We've seen though on the Search and Destroy on Express, albeit against Tribe, they got 7-0. They're gonna have to be a lot better here against TLE if they are wanting to take this one in a swift kind of way. But we are heading over towards Tunisia, and we know what it can be like. Very defensively heavy. Which team's going to get first on that side of things? Can they get something going with it? That's going to be the important thing. Defense is going to be paramount here.
Yeah, for sure. And sniper rifles will be paramount as well. Something that we didn't really see much of from Pollos Locos back in game number 2 earlier on today. Worth saying, of course, that I don't really think they had much of a choice in this situation. They didn't really have any opportunity to get the snipers in any effective position. But here, when it comes down to Tunisia, you need to see them. You need to see them holding down the A site, because the thing is with a map like Tunisia is, while it might be defensively sided, it's one of those situations where if you do get onto the site and you get the players out of those power positions, it becomes incredibly difficult for the defensive team to actually retake on the site. And that's why the snipers are, I mean, I would say arguably more than any other Search and Destroy map, but I think Fire and Range proves that's not correct earlier on today. But certainly arguably more than most other Search and Destroy maps, they are integral to defensive control here. And I'm going to be curious to see who's the sniper on TLE Esports. Are they going to be able to win this map for their team? Because they need to. Again, this is a best of 3. Pollos Locos win this, they're into the challenge season.
And if TLE lose, they're not going to get that opportunity this year. Oh, it's a big hit over towards it. TLE, the ones on the attacking side, pretty much from the get-go. Fico will be able to find 1, find 2. Noisy is there to find another. And as far as rounds that you just don't want to see, if you are a TLE sports fan, this looks like one of them. Now 3 versus 1. Saucy left on his own. Saucy very dead. Pollos Locos, fantastic start to the defensive side.
Incredible from Pollos Locos, just winning those first engagements. And I've got to give TLE some props, because that is the right way to approach these rounds, right? Just try and get onto themselves onto the bomb site early, try and win those trades. They just didn't, you know, to be frank about it. Getting 1 kill, it's not good enough. And here we go again, smokes galore. Attempt 2 from TLE. They throw themselves at the site. This time they learn a little bit of adaptations to where these players are at, and picking up all the gunfights as well. TLE Esports, they clear the site. And this is what you want out of a team on offense.
Second time of asking, it's looking like you're going to get a hold of an attacking round. And it's not going to quite land from Just, and all of a sudden, yeah, he's going to be left on his own. Fabuloso gets wiped out. And I wonder if the same problems in Search and Destroy are going to come across from Pollos Locos. Yeah, as mentioned, it's not against Tribe, but TLE Esports catch them off guard. Second time of asking. Going to be 1 apiece yet. There's just very little you can do from there. Kill goes the way of TLE, and so does the round.
And again, it's just getting towards these sites, right? It's just so paramount to winning the offenses. TLE 2 for 2 on choosing A as the site. Bomb Fixer has already been tagged up, I believe, by Yellow. But they haven't allowed TLE through, and I do wonder whether we see a change of tack now from TLE, because generally speaking, when this kind of situation hits, you see players switch up tacks by going towards B. I don't think TLE want to fully commit to that yet.
Not just yet, but if you Poyos Locos, they've sent some numbers back there to cover for that potential eventuality. Minute and 20 seconds to go. Saucy can't quite find the pick and have to back on down. And these are just the worst kind of attacking rounds that you want to see when you're on that side. Just not able to find anything. Poyos Locos not giving anything up yet. TLE Sports are going to be presented with a question. Do you transition yourself over towards B, or do you just stick it out and hope that this is going to go your way? Is something going to fall into your lap? Push over towards A, inevitably coming here though. They're starting to posture. Have to be ready for it here, Poyos Locos.
I would make a decision. Honestly, you just have to make a decision. You're running out of time in this round. You're going to be forced into an unfavorable situation right about now. And this is exactly what I mean. Fabuloso is ready for this fight. Legacy's put some shots in. Should be good enough now for the rest of the team to actually deal with this one. Fixo allows a player to get past, but fortunately enough, Legacy is wary of it. And Fixo will actually find a kill in the round anyway. Saucy finds some value, but not a lot to speak of. But in from behind, Tool might be able to catch a couple of players off guard. Just the one, not really able to do any more damage than that. And it feels like one of those situations where maybe TLE were trying to bait Poyos Locos out, being like, hey, look, we're not going towards A, we're going to rotate over towards B. But they spent so long doing that, they ran out of options.
Yeah, it's a poison chalice, isn't it? When you do set yourself up in that position, you just want to be there to be able to catch up on any mistakes. But you take your time on a map like Tunisia, it becomes very, very dangerous. You're now starting to push up here with the Fennec in hand. Fabuloso is going to be able to find two, though, here for Poyos Locos, who are having a good start. Jewel is going to fancy himself here, though. Finds two back. Now, all of a sudden, it is a 3 versus 2 in favor of Poyos Locos. Shots in are just not as crispy as you would like to see. Until they set, will find two. And all of a sudden, Fixo is left now in a 1 versus 3.
Not going to do anything. Yep. Perfect. Brilliant play from TLE. And again, they change tack. They get on towards the site, proving exactly why getting onto the site is the most important thing you can do on offense here on Tunisia Search and Destroy. So TLE just taking a couple of rounds away here is promising. It's good for them to do so. A couple more efforts here for TLE before we see them switch sides. And now they're going back towards A.
Bit of a change up here. The attacking side in TLE. You take these moments. Opportune one here potentially. Oh, you're going to get this flank coming through, though. This is one of the first times that we've seen a big movement coming from a Poyos Locos player, and of course it's used. Finds two, dips out, damage done. TLE now on the back foot.
Just sense TLE reeling, and again, there's not really many options here. The map is being watched by Noisy, so that is being covered. Honestly, if I'm TLE in this situation, I would just 3-stack it straight over towards B, and I would make that decision significantly faster than they are now. You can't just keep on headbutting sight on the assumption that Poyos Locos will have moved, because they... I mean, I was going to say they're no chickens, but their name quite literally suggests otherwise. Hanso taking those first 3 shots in. Good reaction out of Legacy. That's what you expect. And now you're stuck.
It's all up to you now. Finish the mission. Nice work. Get ready.
Absolutely nothing you can do. It's just such a hard hit a day without the numbers, right? You can kind of 50-50 it at the beginning of a round. You both got the same amount of numbers. You both got the same guns on the map. But when you're at a disadvantage, it's just so tough. But still, this has not been a bad attacking half coming in from TLE Sports. If they can find another one, it'll be absolutely tremendous. But I think Poyos Locos, if they can find that 4-2 lead heading into their half, won't be too despondent themselves.
Yeah, any round here on offense is gold dust. What do we do? What? Guys,
Lock in.
come on. We need to test where we're throwing our nade, because that was not helpful. And it gives Pollos Locos information now. They definitely know this is an A if they didn't already. Fabuloso looking for the first blood that would be detrimental to TL. Going through the wall. Here comes a slide out from Hanso. Immediately dealt with. Nice headshot from Pixo. Legacy going to follow up with another one. And there goes Used as well. Yellow is the only one to find any value for TLE in that exchange. And that value, I mean, it's pretty rubbish, to be honest.
Impossible now. Finds himself down to 1 versus 3 after he finds Noisy. Looking to just try and find an angle. Eustace got the flank entirely covered. And Yellow should be dead to rights at some stage during the rest of this 40 seconds. Now what's the play? You will obviously try and make this work. Thing is, Eustace is separated. If you can find him, or of course, even better, find 2 over towards the bomb site, then all of a sudden, you've got that other player isolated. Although maybe not located. Yellow now going to finally make this push through. 20 seconds to go here in the round. It's looking like Pollos Locos are going to have themselves a 42 lead heading on their own attack. Yeah, 1-0 up in this series as well. My goodness, Yellow. Yeah, okay, you nearly made it possible. But Legacy is there to pick up the pieces. 4-2 Pollos Locos. I think both sides relatively satisfied with that. TLE will be happy for the 2 defensive rounds. Pollos Locos will be happy to keep it at just that, because it could have been worse potentially.
Yeah, I think TLE will be very happy with the fact they managed to take those 2 rounds away, but I'm curious to see whether Pollos Locos are more convincing on these offensive efforts. Now, they've chosen B as their bomb site of attack. Really a pretty standard defensive effort. Nice nade. That will get the hit marker on towards Legacy. That's information for TLE. They haven't quite moved on it just yet. And that's probably for the best, because Pollos Locos haven't fully committed to this just yet. Again, if you're Pollos Locos, you know where that player on the B-bomb site is going to be located.
You always have the presumption, right? Nades are going in over towards that side. Haven't hit anything. No utility. So all of a sudden it is a rotation back over towards the A side. And I wonder if you can do anything with it. Maybe just taking the time a little bit too much. Minute remaining here, Brody. Looking for the mid-map push, though. Nades up top, but maybe can open things open. Legacy will find a kill onto Hanso, and all of a sudden this first round on the attacking side is just looking so good for Pollos Locos. It's going to put them within touching distance of the win and, of course, the challenge finals. Yellow can answer back, but is momentarily a 4 versus 3 in favor of Pollos Locos.
And good adaptation coming out from Pollos Locos as well. They recognize they've got a B-bomb site that's free. Why risk it by just continuing to go to A? And Saucy was the only player from TLE that could have put a stop to it, so now you know. Free bomb site. Bomb going down on B. Yellow and Tulasita have to rotate. Pollos Locos, they should know this is the case. And Tulasita does have a weapon, but switches to the Odin for the fight. So now things are more even. Noisy will take that as well, sat in the corner. Yellow, no choice but to try and take this one around the back of the site, and that's not going to happen. Again, the decision-making for Pollos Locos is on point.
We didn't just see from TLE anything to the middle of the map in their attacking rounds, and Pollos Locos do one in their first. Fantastic job from them. Find a gap in the defense and absolutely punish it. That first kill that came through, I believe it was from Legacy, as a potential difference maker. Even just a trade there is not too bad. He's just keeping an eye on the flank. It's a heavy stack over towards A. Once again, Pollos Locos, if they knew how open B was, head would be down. They'd be sprinting forward. We'll have to dot their I's, cross their T's before they do make this commitment. TLE on their way back over, and here in numbers, but those grenades are out. The site is under their control, and first blood goes over towards Pollos Locos. Hanso is there to answer it back, but this bomb will go down. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 in favor of TLE, but the bomb is down.
I was going to say, Pollos Locos haven't actually cleared the backline here, so TLE don't have to do step 1 of the process, which is normally getting into the site. They just have to do step 2, but Fabuloso won't allow it. Hanso's going to take himself out. I'm not too sure that was a nade or what, but Hanso now out of the play. That is a disaster. Yellow and Tulasito now. Lateral of which with the R9 can't really land the bullets, I think, in the middle of the jump up, and now Yellow, you know that he's the player with the Tundra in hand. What do you do? 14 seconds on the clock, has a node in the back pocket, but Legacy will shut you down. 2 rounds now on the bounce for Pollos Locos on the offense.
And that is a lot of rounds to play with. They've been so good on these attacks. They've been just so adaptive. Just seem to be making the right calls. Big B hit going to come here from TLE as well, though, sending 2 players over towards it. Pollos Locos have maybe started their base camp, so to speak, over towards that B side. They've slowed things down, tried to find some picks. If they go over towards A now, though, Brody, it's pretty open. The nades over the top over towards B are being clearly an effective bait because A is wide open.
All right. Pollos Locos, you've been gifted, mate. It's Christmas. Free A bomb site. It's on sale. Try and get this bomb down. Unless Pollos Locos over-aggress this, which I don't think Eustace going to. Goes for the kill. Actually, yeah, doesn't quite spot out Hanso. So trades are good. The bomb now going to go down, though. TLE now have to suffer for a retake. Fixo pushing one angle. Fabuloso on the flank is going to get that kill. Noise is going to find another one, and you know where the last 2 players are. Fixo has seen at least one of them, and I think you've got an idea that Saucy is probably looking to double up. A 4 versus 2. Time dwindling, aggression coming out from Pollos Locos. They're getting uneasy. Tulisita finds a kill, though.
Complete the mission.
Can answer it back if you fix up. So Tulisita has it all to do just to give them the opportunity to still fight for the spot in the Challengers final. Jumps onto the side. Fixo will find the kill. Pollos Locos in quite comfortable conditions will find the 2-0 lead and the win, and themselves now in the challenge finals this season. Fantastic performance from them. They'll get the job done. TLE, honestly, I was expecting maybe a little bit more of a fight there, Brody. They fall down 0-2.
All right. I'm going to very briefly say this because it's 4 a.m. and I don't have the energy to be passionate about it. I don't understand why you would leave the bomb site totally clear in any situation. I know that, like, you know, the idea was to bait players out over towards B. I get that's the concept, but like, you never ever leave a bomb site open like that. It's an open goal every single time. And Pollos Locos, I mean, they got some serious strikers on their team. They ain't missing.
Phenomenal performance. Honestly, though, like, just the regain, the first round, of course, on that side of things, where they managed to find such a convincing one. Then from there, just continued on. A good defensive hold, sent to 4 and 2, and they just never ever looked back. 3 back-to-back attacking rounds go their way. Fantastic work coming in from Pollos Locos. A really good performance in map number 1 as well, and bounce back after what was a horrible time against Tribe. Well, they're gonna have to do that again because now they've made it into the challenge finals. Fantastic job coming in from Pollos Locos. They put themselves in the position to go up against the best of the best.
Yeah, just phenomenal. Really phenomenal from Pollos Locos again. They looked pretty competitive versus Tribe earlier on today in the hard point. The search and destroy, yeah, we'll work on it. But the hard point most certainly, and I think it does give us a little bit of hope that Pollos Locos can be a competitive team and a really fun one to watch as we get into the challenge season.
I mean, obviously, a big congratulations to Pollos Locos as well for making their way through to the challenge season. Now they've got a little bit of time, as do all of our teams that qualify through today, to kind of do some VOD review, some recon on those other squads that they'll be facing off in that round robin format. And then, of course, depending on who they face off in that first week, even more time to kind of really nail down how they want to function as a unit and where they'll stand in that competition as we get to take a look back at our bracket. More matches have concluded. I saw people in chat asking about some of these other matches. Well, here's an update and how they played out. TLE was down in that lower bracket facing off against Pollos Locos because they had lost the status quo. So status quo claimed a spot in the challenge season. Proxfed Esports also won in a 2-0 fashion. They will claim another spot, and Nexus was able to take out Aura. Both of those teams that lost knocked down to that lower bracket. So Nexus, Tribe, Status Quo, and Proxfed were the first 4 teams to claim their spots. And then as we got through this match with TLE Esports and Pollos Locos, it was Pollos Locos who got the next spot in the challenge season. There are still 3 more matches to be concluded, which means 3 more spots will be given to those squads. One of those teams that we did get a chance to see who gave Tribe a little bit of a run for their money, truly looking really strong, will be facing off against Nemesis. So that we would potentially expect truly to come out on top in that one, Brody, and be another team that we'll be seeing in the challenge season.
I would hope so, especially with how competitive they were against Tribe. I really do want to see Truly once again, and it's just part of that overarching storyline right from last season where Truly were a roster that, while they were a competitive team, while they made it to Challenge Finals, they were never competitive with the top 3, and that I really want to see change this season. And it looks like, again, just from first impression, if we discard the control, because everyone's trash at control, it looks as if we are seeing genuine improvements with Truly, and I hope that carries through to challenge season if they qualify. Again, I'll add the asterisk on because you never know.
Yeah, I mean, this is also one thing that's cool, that will be cool about this challenge season is lots of new names, lots of new team names that we'll be seeing here in NA for this challenge season. And I'm sure we'll see lots of returning players sprinkled throughout a lot of those rosters, but this could be an interesting one here for NA 10.
Yeah, of course, and having those new faces just allows us to create those new stories. We get to, really see some of the different players that come on through who have deservedly found themselves here. You've really had to run through the gauntlet to get to this stage, and now this is where you really can start to stamp your authority, make your name, and it's a huge opportunity for some of these new teams who we maybe haven't personally seen a great deal of. We get to learn their stories, get to learn how they play, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, that was a really exciting day of back and forth action. Obviously, we still have a couple more of those matches that need to be concluded. They will be concluded off stream, and if you want to see the results of those, just follow us on social media, okay? We've got X, Insta, and Facebook. Not only can you get the results there, but of course, it'll be useful to follow along throughout the entire challenge season, whether that's here with the NA challenge seasons coming up or concluding EU that we have coming up at the end of the week here as well. Lots of action going on for SPS, or you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can hang out in our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course continue to get all of these updates that are sure to come your way. And one more reminder for today as well, guys, if you haven't done so already, fill out that survey, scan that QR code on your screen for us. Let us know your thoughts on how we're doing here with the show, what you like and where you think we can improve. We'd really appreciate it, as well as the fact that you'll get entered to win a $100 gift card. If you do that, it only takes a couple minutes, so make sure you get on over there and let us know. But that is about it for all of us here. Before we say goodbye to everybody, quick final thoughts out of you, Brody?
NA doing NA things. I think the overarching story going through the season is we wanted to see what effects expanding the region is going to happen. Well, it looks as if it's going to have a positive effect. We're more competitive. I'm really excited to see. My First Locos are going to join in as like maybe a fourth squad here to be competitive with some of the teams in the North American region. I'm excited to see whether they can hang the best of the best.
I think for me, honestly, just some of the players that we've seen today and some of the newer maps to come through as well have been really interesting. But for me, I think at least there's going to be question marks. We've seen Truly with a good performance up against Tribe. Tribe, I honestly didn't think they would even come close to dropping a map today, and they did. So they had to kind of clutch up in that control. And does that maybe give us a bit of an insight to how this season is going to go down, or are they just going to dominate? I don't know if we got that answer, but we have a few questions to maybe ask.
Absolutely. Well, now that we've got the majority of our 8 teams that have qualified through to the challenge season, we still have more teams to come. And with all those roster changes, things are shaping up to be very exciting. Obviously, make sure you tune back into the challenge season to see how all of it unfolds. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us make this whole thing possible. And thank you to all of you at home for watching. We'll see you in the challenge season.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree!
Carl's easy. Taking the kill back. Run time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Bye.